Sorry, guys. Sorry. I was getting ready in the bathroom. Sorry I'm late. Sorry. I know this song has played like a million times. I don't know why. Anyway. Why is that like that? Fuck. Oh, okay. That's better. Yeah, sorry. Sorry that I am late. Okay, let's get a different song going. I don't know why that song just kept playing over and over again. Let me turn on the lights. Why is that like that? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Happy Saturday, everybody. Brainiac, thank you for the 15 months. Paparoni, thank you for the 16 months. Happy Saturdays. I'm just in a very David Lynch mood. Yeah, I was I did accidentally spill coffee on my keyboard. Yikes. Yeah, this keyboard's been through a lot. But it's still fine. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. Anyway, today I was trying to get stuff ready for Japan, and I was trying to like go through all my tech equipment and make sure everything works. And then I was like, oh, a lot of this doesn't work. I'm doing that thing where I'm like, oh my God, I'm leaving in 3 days. I haven't prepared. I'm not ready. No, Carol's gonna stay here and watch the house. Yeah. Carol's gonna stay and watch the house. We need a guard dog. Yeah, so no, she's not gonna take care of Farley. No, Farley's going to Camp Ween. He's going to Wiener Camp. It's gonna be awesome. It's a bunch of wiener dogs and a bunch of cats. And then Farley. She's gonna take care of Farley. I watch a lot of Japan streamers. Japan's great for streaming, but ask a lot of the stores before you go in so they don't kick you out. Yeah, we will luckily be with people who not only, who live in Japan, but also people who've been to Japan a bunch. So I'm the noob. I'm the one who hasn't been. Wiener Camp. Yeah, Farley's going to Wiener Camp for 10 days. And it's going to be great. It's going to be great. What is Wiener Camp? Exactly as it sounds. It's a bunch of wieners. And it's camp. Yeah, Sea Dog's going to be there. Yep. Are you going to stream in Japan? Yes. I will not be streaming every day. and that's okay. I'm gonna try to get a couple good streams in. I will be doing at least one desktop stream to cover the Oscar nominations, which and he was huge. Like, he was a huge pop star. So anyway, this is a biopic. Okay, it is about Robbie Williams, his rise and his fall, and then the resurgence of Robbie Williams. So, as happens often with pop culture, superstars, they rise, they fall, sometimes they rise again. But the reason that you see the CGI monkey, so with my recollection, there's a couple reasons. So one is that Robbie has, it's a way of depicting how he's always seen himself as like a performing monkey, and no one in the film reacts to him being a monkey. Like, it's only us as the audience and he who like knows he's a monkey. But everyone else in the film is not like, why is this monkey singing? Sorry, okay, he's an ape. He's a chimp. Okay, all right. I like how this it always goes from people being like, what is this, to being like, excuse me. Hold on, he's a chimpanzee. I didn't care 2 seconds ago about this, and now I'm like, actually, excuse me. Okay, he's a chimpanzee. You know what? Why don't you guys take over? Why don't you guys, who, half the chat was like, hey, what is this? Who is this? Now is experts on apes and on monkeys, etc. Okay, anyway. Anywho. So, he's a CGI chimpanzee because that is supposed to be an externalized depiction of how Robbie Williams has always, felt internally. And also because he explained that we as humans care more for animals than we do for humans. Often, not everybody, but it is this thing where we just have more empathy and sympathy for animals, and have none for humans. So that's also why they that's also why they wanted to depict him as a chimp. And then additionally, the director was like, I wanted to do a biopic, but I didn't just want to do a standard biopic. Like, we have so many fucking biopics. Everyone's exhausted by biopics, especially musical biopics. And so he wanted to find a creative way to tell this story. And when he went back and listened to old recordings of Robbie would often talk about how he felt like he was being dragged up to perform like a monkey. How he just was nothing but a performing monkey. And so it's the idea of like, that's how Robbie sees himself, as a performing monkey. And so that sparked this creative idea. The best photorealistic CGI I've ever seen. The emotion in his eyes is insane. Nothing about it sounds like it should work, but it works exceptionally well. Yeah, I haven't seen this movie yet. It just came out in theaters, but I've seen quite a few people who are like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go watch the chimp movie, and then when they report back are like, wait, this actually rules. Yeah. I mean, I think it's cool. I think the idea is really cool, and I agree that musical biopics are quite overdone, and people who don't know Robbie Williams might not be interested in seeing a Robbie Williams biopic, but they might be like, what the fuck is that? What's the monkey movie? What's the chimp movie? You know, like they might check it out because it's unique and it's different. Anyway, that's the backstory on that. That's the backstory. I don't really have a relationship with him or his music outside of it being everywhere at the time, but I do want to check out this movie. You know, I appreciate that it really has, that it really leans into the musical, like into the music aspect. I think it's probably pretty similar to A Complete Unknown in that sense, where a lot of times with biopics, you get little snippets of songs, but you don't get full numbers. And it's more about the biopic than it is about the music. And, you know, I didn't really care for A Complete Unknown, but I did at least appreciate, even though I can't stand Bob Dylan's voice, and certainly not Timothée Chalamet singing as Bob Dylan. But I appreciated that at least this was a film that did full songs, right? They didn't just give you little, it didn't just give you little, no. I'm saying music-wise, in A Complete Unknown, they at least did full numbers, where a lot of times in biopics, where you're when you're depicting a real musician, they'll do like parts of the song, or it'll be, you know, in the background as we go from scene to scene. Anyway, I don't know much more about this film, so I don't really feel like talking anymore about it. Somebody linked the clip, and I was like, great, we'll watch this. And everyone was like, what the fuck is this? And so there you go. There you are. Connor on the movie. Connor, okay, I will watch this, and then I will move on.
Worst movie. Worst movie I have seen. And there was no point. Why was he a monkey? There was no point. They tricked me with the monkey to even think it'd be an interesting story. There was nothing. It's nothing. He wasn't even that interesting. No one was likable. It's like the worst movie. I just got back from seeing that monkey movie where Better Man, where the British star is replaced by a CGI monkey. Worst movie. Worst.
Oh my God. I wonder whether Better Man or Amelia Perez will have a lower audience. What's Amelia Perez's score? Amelia Perez is at a 36% audience score. Isn't that interesting? 76% tomato meter, but a 36% popcorn meter. Yeah, it's a pretty big disparity, but also still too high. Is this Dev Patel's Monkey Man sequel? You know what? You should go, if you watch Better Man, go into it thinking that it's Dev Patel's sequel. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Pap Faroni, thank you. All right. Anyway. Okay. Oh, man. You know, I haven't seen Last Showgirl yet, but the way I'm feeling like Jamie Lee Curtis is going to get an Oscar, an Oscar nomination, which is crazy because she probably deserves it more for this role than she did for Everything Everywhere All at Once. And anyway, I'm just very over Jamie Lee Curtis and her whole like cheerleading, right, for her co-stars, but also for herself. And during Everything Ever All at Once, we were all like, oh yeah, no, she's trying to help Michelle Yeoh out. You know, she's a big star using her platform. And people are kind of trying to do the same thing again, where they're saying that Why do women like you stream? This shit is boring. This shit is bananas. BANANAS. Do you want me? Would you be happier if I like have my tits out? Is that what you're looking for with women streamers? You're like, enough talking, lady. Let me just see your titties. That's all I want from you broads. Quit your yapping. Quit your yapping. Want them titties clapping together. Less yapping, more clapping. You know what? Actually, you're right. I'm not the person who's qualified, who should be doing this stream. But you know who is? I'd like to introduce you. To my helper here, Carol. Carol. This is Carol. Say hi, Carol. Hi. I heard somebody was upset that you're a woman who's streaming. I mean, I understand women should be seen and not heard, but only seen if they got size triple double D titties that are flapping around. Excuse me, Carol. Carol, no. Well, actually, maybe that's what they're here for. I'm sorry, Carol. I'm gonna have to pimp you out. I'm gonna have to pimp you out, Carol. Why does this look like a thong? Carol, looking. Carol's on her hoe shit. she's a harloting. Why does she have a sparkly thong? Why are you jealous? You wish you had a sparkly thong, you whore. Why does she have panties? You know what? Mind your own fucking business. Yeah, you know what? Carol is the last showgirl. Did somebody say last showgirl? Thank you, Carol. Thank you. Thank you. Please bring her to Japan. Yeah, should I carry Carol around like she's my doll? You know how little kids will have dolls? Oh my God, I have to put her in a stroller. Oh my God. Yeah. We'll put her and sex past Yoda. What was happening in the culture that the conditions were fit to produce Carol Channing ventriloquist dummies? What do you mean? I don't want to live in a world where we don't have a Carol Channing ventriloquist dummy. Yeah, I'm going to bring her. You guys are right. I should do that. Or one of the baby carriers that go on your chest. Oh my God, can you fucking imagine? Can you imagine looking over and seeing an adult, okay, who's got, what you think is a baby? You're like, oh, she's so cute. How old is she? And I'm like, how old was Carol? I'm like, 55. I feel like that's Carol at like 50. Yeah. I'll be like 50. And they'll be like, oh, weeks? Months? I'm like, years. Years. Like, what would you do? What would you do if you look over on a plane and somebody's like taking care of what you think is a baby, and then you realize it's not a baby, but it's a ventriloquist dummy of Carol Channing? You know? Girk, thank you for the 14 months. And they start breastfeeding. That is so fucked up. I should do that. Oh my God, hold on. This video has 500 views.
And pink to joyously clean out the drain in the sink. And it takes an angel with long golden lashes and soft dressing fingers for dumping the ashes.
Hold on.
Well.
Oh my God, somebody else has a Carol Channing ventriloquist doll?
Morning, Mr. Vandergelder.
Yeah, why is
How
it only
handsome
leftist audio?
you look today. Oh, you absolutely take my breath away.
Eyes out. You could take it to New York, but blow a nose first.
Okay, honestly, I'm better.
If only Irene Malloy could see you now.
Find someplace else to loaf. You two get back to the store. And don't forget to put the lid on the sheep dip.
Don't know what's come over you lately, but you
Look at Carol.
seem to
It's
be
Carol.
growing younger every day.
If a man eats carefully, there's
It's
no
Carol.
reason why he should look old.
You never said a true word.
Even if I never see 35,
Hiya.
40
Hiya,
again.
toots.
I can see that you're the sort to be stamping about eating 5 meals a day like my Uncle Harry, may he rest in peace. Oh, let me see your hand, Mr. Vandergelder. Oh, show me your hand. I'm a judge.
That's
of
what I gotta
hands.
figure out. I gotta figure out
Goodness
how to move
gracious.
Carol's
I
hands.
just can't believe it. It's such
Yeah,
a
Carol needs a hat.
lifeline.
I got Mrs. Malloy chocolate-covered pizza.
Yo, what is this fucking video?
You can snuggle up to your kids.
Oh my God, I have got to go on the road.
Without you, golly, life was awfully fun.
Life was awfully-
That was awfully wrong.
You know what we need to do? I feel like I know exactly what song I want for Carol. Hold on. Okay. Like this is exactly. Come from Mississippi. Very wealthy. 6 feet under, granted, one must start the convent of the Sacred Heart. When'd you get here? Oops. When'd you get... Shit! Okay, now. When'd you get here? 1920. Were you? Don't remember. Then what happened? I met Amos and he stole my heart away. Convinced me to elope one day. I can't believe what you've been through. A convent girl, a runaway marriage. Who's Fred Casely? My ex-boyfriend. See him? I was leaving. Was he angry? Like go ahead. And I said, Fred, move along. She knew what she was doing wrong. Then describe it. He came towards me with a pistol from a euro. Did you fight him like a tiger? None, but yet they both reached for the gun. So yes, oh yes, oh yes, they both need the gun, the gun, the gun, the gun. Oh yes, they both need the gun, the gun. So yes, they both. Oh yes, they both. Oh yes, they both reach for the gun, the gun, the gun, the gun. Oh yes, they both reach for the gun. Understandable, understandable. Yes, it's perfectly understandable. Comprehensible, comprehensible. Not a bit reprehensible. It's so defensible. How you feeling? very frightened. Are you sorry? Are you kidding? What's your statement? All I'd say is, don't like choo-choo, jump the track. I like to bring him back. Away from jazz and liquor and the men who play for fun. And what? That's the thought that came upon me when we both reached for the gun. Standable, yes, it's perfectly understandable. Hensible, comprehensible, not a bit reprehensible. It's so defensible. Oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes, they both, oh, yes, they both, oh, yes, they both reach for the gun, the gun, the gun, oh, yeah. Oh, yes, they both reach for the gun, for the gun. Oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes, they both, oh, yes, they both, oh, yes, they both reach for the gun, the gun, the gun, the gun. Oh, yes, they both reach for the gun, for the gun. Oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes, they both, oh, yes, they both, oh, yes, they both reach for the gun, the gun, the gun, the gun. Oh, yes, they both reach for the gun, for the gun. Oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes, they both, oh, yes, they both, oh, yes, they both reach for the gun, 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 the both reach for the gun. Reach for the gun. Ha! Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. I will be here all week. Thank you for the raid. Sorry, I was a little busy. Where are you going?
The gym?
Oh, you haven't gone. I thought you already went. Oh, I swear you already went today. Oh, gee, Preston, thanks for the 5 community subs. Oh, Azza, thank you for the 5 community subs. People really love my performance, William. Zenmies, thank you for the 16 months. Jen, thank you for the 28 months. I'm going to be a star. I'm going to be a star, William. Just you wait. Just you watch. One of these days, I'm going to be a star, Mama. I'm going to be a star. Are those songs for an encore? The subs for an encore to ensure no more music. Well, first of all, I wasn't planning on doing an encore because artistic expression cannot be forced, you know? It's got to be the subs, 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 the subs. Both reach for the subs. Joel, thank you for the 5. I'm not Daredevil. Thank you for the 29 months. Anyway, welcome in, everybody, from Will's stream. Hope we're doing great. Hope we're doing great. Hope we're having a great day. Every time you bring out Carol, I immediately start dying laughing. It's so fucking funny. There are definitely people in here who are like, never again, please. They hate it. There are those who hate it, and there are those who love it. And that is art, right? Is what we're always talking about. Art is an individual experience. And not everything is everyone's cup of tea. This is Anonymous's biggest return on investment. Yeah, Anonymous, are you regretting? Are you regretting sending me Carol? It was incredible. Everyone who disagrees is wrong. You know what? I appreciate that attitude. I do. Absolutely not. Oh. Hi. Hello, Tiny. I'll come up. Are you getting jealous because of Carol? Are you getting jealous because I got Carol? You can sing with Mommy. Mommy, you know Mommy would love to put you in a costume and do a little musical performance. You know that? I'd like to put you in little costumes. We can do a little play. Kagger, thank you for the 22 months. You know Mommy would love nothing more than to put you in a little costume and have you do a little performance. Yeah. Verley's like, fuck my life. Fuck my life. Would the Farley cowboy hat costume you got fit on Carol? Probably. Probably. Sky, thank you for the gifted. Mwah. He's acting real cute today. Do you know that we're going to Japan? You're going to Ween Camp. Do you guys all know that Farley's going to Wiener Camp? Yeah, Farley. You're going to go be with the Wieners. You're going to be with the Weens. Go be with the Weens. Does Farley only come to you when Will leaves? Yes. Yep. Yeah, you only come here when Dad's gone. Otherwise, you're like, get me the fuck away. Get me the fuck away. You want to know why, though? It's because I do shit like this. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. He'll come over, you know. He'll come sniffing around, seeing if I got treats or anything. I'm like, come here. Getting into TikTok. Yes, I decided that I was finally going to get into TikTok. That, you know, I've not been a TikToker. Not been a TikToker, but I think now is the time. Now I'm going to. Ow! You just hit your head. Okay. Yeah. Has anybody been kicked out of TikTok yet? Because so I'm not on TikTok, but I have an editor who like posts TikToks and stuff. She told me that it kicked her out and she tried to sign back in and couldn't get back in. Should I download TikTok? I mean, everybody's doing it. Everybody's downloading TikTok. 12:01 Eastern time. Yeah, so let's take a look and see what's going on with the TikTok. With the ticky-tack. Is anybody feverishly, fervently scrolling through TikTok just in case they no longer can? Everything. They're like, I just need to be able to scroll. I gotta be able to scroll. I gotta be able to scroll. All right, let's see what's going on with
Tonight,
TikTok
is demanding action from the Biden administration, saying that without necessary clarity and assurance...
Dude, you know what's so funny is that Donald Trump is the one who first proposed banning TikTok, right? Like, that was a Trump thing. And then he got bipartisan support. Oh, are you okay? Oh, you're like stuck. You're stuck. You're stuck. Okay, you're getting stuck here. He got bipartisan support, of course. You know. Our Congress showing that they can, in fact, work together. Same with the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's like, you know what? We may have ideological differences, but when it comes to banning TikTok, we will be unanimous in our decision. But anyway, Trump is the one who's first like, I'm going to ban TikTok. And now this has happened, you know, under Biden's watch. And now you got Trump being like, Trump says he will most likely give TikTok a 90-day extension to avoid a ban. Somehow, some way, I feel like Trump is going to be able to spin this into Trump saving TikTok. And I'm not just saying that because it was one of my predictions, one of my 2025 predictions. But I just, with how much Democrats weaponize their incompetence, Democrats are at worst super duper duper incompetent. Or sorry, at best, super incompetent. At worst, they're just like controlled opposition. But somehow he's going to make it. He's going to be able to spin this into a positive thing for him, right? It'll be Donald Trump got a ceasefire. Donald Trump saved TikTok.
Brian Chung is joining me here in studio with more. I'm glad you're on this, Brian. So how did we get here? What should TikTok users expect to see in their apps tomorrow? Will it be a blank screen?
Yeah, I mean, that is the expectation. So again, let's kind of walk through how we got here and why time is running out for TikTok, no pun intended. If we go back to December 16th, that is when TikTok asked the court to temporarily block the ban.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. That's one of those puns that I don't even think people... Like, I think it could have passed over people, Time is running out for TikTok. Like, I think a lot of people, when he goes, no pun intended, would then go back and think about how that was a pun. Because he just says it all in the same inflection.
And when I say court, I mean the Supreme Court of the United States. Oral arguments took place on January 10th, and justices from both sides of the aisle, or both sides of the political spectrum, expressed skepticism over the argument that TikTok was trying to use to defend itself on First Amendment claims. And then on January 17th, just yesterday, we got the notification from the Supreme Court that they had decided to uphold the congressional ban on TikTok unless ByteDance can sell TikTok by the statutory deadline of January 19th, which those looking at their calendars will know that is tomorrow. So, okay, what happens next?
Dude, it is just it's so grossly transparent that they're like, sorry, sell to an American, sell to an American company, an American billionaire, or get out, right? Like, this is not about saving the kids. This is not about protecting Americans on this platform. Of course not. There's options between China and America. I mean, just... Again, this is like when talking about, when we were talking about the ceasefire, it's like, do they think we're stupid? Seriously. Do they think we're stupid? I know there's a lot of stupid people, but also, do they think that we're stupid? Because this is something that a lot of people in this country recognize why they're trying to ban TikTok. And they just keep being like, well, we're trying to protect Americans and, China bad.
Now, what we heard from TikTok, they said in a statement that unless the Biden administration, which is still in office until at least Monday, immediately provides a definitive...
It's crazy how much support Trump will have from Gen Z if he doesn't ban TikTok. The Dems really don't care. I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, somehow he will find a way to spin this into a Trump move.
Statement, TikTok will be forced to go dark on January 19th. So the company is saying you will not be able to scroll come tomorrow. The White House responding just this afternoon saying it is a stunt. We see no reason for TikTok or other companies to take actions in the next few days before the Trump...
Oh, yeah. I mean, to be clear, the pro-Israel lobbies putting pressure on Congress to ban TikTok. Yeah, that's absolutely real. It's not the only reason, There's been a ton of support, of course, from Silicon Valley for getting rid of TikTok because it's competition. They're like, oh, TikTok is an app that 170 million people use. There's no other app that is as popular for short form content like TikTok is, even though you have Instagram Shorts, you have imitations on other social media apps. Like, this is about competition as well. Allegedly, some members of Congress have Meta stock. Yeah, I think Nancy Pelosi bought like $10 million of Meta stock after the ban initially happened.
The administration takes office on Monday. They are passing the statutory
Nancy,
hot potato
how do I
to
make
the Trump
more
administration,
millions,
which
Pelosi?
sounds like TikTok will therefore not operate at least on Sunday. But what happens on Monday? We have a new president, and we just heard in an exclusive conversation with our Kristen Welker, again, moderator of Meet the Press, that Trump says he will most likely give TikTok a 90-day extension to avoid the ban, also telling Kristen Welker that if he does so, he would likely make that announcement on Monday, on Inauguration Day. So whether or not TikTok, though, comes back online on Monday is an open question, but just there's so many things up in the air.
I mean, honestly, I don't think that this is what it is, but what a five-head move to be the person to be like, I'm going to ban TikTok. But then it happens during your enemy's administration, right? And then you're able to spin it when you come into power next, that you're the one who saved this very popular platform, thereby ingratiating yourself in the graces of tens of millions of people, particularly young people in this country.
But it does sound like effective tomorrow. You might not be able to scroll on the app, Alex.
Yeah, my God. I mean, it is. That would be playing chess, right? The thing is that Biden is so bumbling. Biden is so stupid that it's not hard to have these like five-head chess moves.
All that little TikTok money ain't nothing.
Now that's all being stripped away from me again, and I'm
okay. So real quickly, let me just say, yeah, Maria, thank you so much for the 7 months. As we've said a million times, yeah, there's problems with TikTok. There's problems with every single social media app. There's misinformation all over the place. Like, yes, there are certainly lots of negatives, but also there's a lot of people who have become radicalized, like been put on the path to radicalization, like thumbs up radicalization because of TikTok, you know? A lot of people who learned about Palestine because of TikTok. And also a lot of people who use TikTok, who use TikTok as their, you know, it's their job. There are a lot of small business owners, a lot of small creators who TikTok and content creation is their livelihood. Is their livelihood. Like, there are people who have worked for years to build up TikTok followings, and now they're really worried about that all going away, right? Who knows if, like, I mean, TikTok's supposed to go dark tomorrow. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like. But I have empathy for the businesses and for the creators who have worked really hard to build up a TikTok following and who rely on TikTok for their income. Like, this is their livelihood, and that's being taken from them. So, you know, this isn't just like, oh, ban TikTok because it's rotting the kids' brains. You know? There's a lot of reasons to be against banning TikTok. And one of them is that reason, that there are people who, you know, this is their livelihood.
I'm really worried like the rest of you all are.
This is their gotcha moment to people that were able to have some success on this app.
I am actually scared. Influencers aren't out of touch for crying about the TikTok ban. You're out of touch for not realizing this is a real industry.
All throughout social media on TikTok, people have been celebrating the fact that a lot of TikTokers are apparently going to have to go back to getting a 9-to-5 like everybody else. This video says how the TikTok ban will actually harm the economy. Let's see what she's talking about.
There are going to be a lot of people who laugh about the TikTok ban. It's an incredibly bad time to take income away from a lot of people.
Oh, it's more than a lot, and
it's more than just influencers and small businesses. I crunched the numbers today. TikTok is actually so large and involved in the economy that when they ban it, every single person in the United States is going to feel its effects. And I know I frequently accidentally end up in the news for a lot of stupid things, but for the love of God, if we could get anything seen by the Supreme Court, let it be what I'm going to say today here. There's about 170 million reoccurring monthly users in the United States here on TikTok alone. And simply referring to just the statistics from the small business portion of that, TikTok contributed $24.2 billion to the United States economy in 2023. $15 billion of that was from advertising and marketing on here alone. And again, simply this portion of it reports 224,000 jobs.
Yeah, but, the thinking is like, okay, with no TikTok, then these companies will have to go to other social media social media apps, right? More money for Meta, more money for Twitter. There's no TikTok, so they're going to have to advertise on other apps
on here that will be lost, which contributed again
Red Note. Yeah, they're all gonna head over to Red Note.
$5.3 billion in taxes to the U.S. government.
Joel,
this
thank you for the
study
gifted.
found 40,
Katie,
but
thank
I
you for
found
5
some
months.
that said up to 50% of these businesses said they wouldn't exist at all without this platform, and the moment it goes away, their business will probably tank. Yeah. I mentioned the fact that all of these numbers were on par for their growth and expected to double and triple in the coming years. Now, that number itself is concerning alone, but that's simply people who report as a small business. Right. Referring back to that 170 million users here in the U.S. every month, of that large number, based off of the things I've seen in my comment section alone, even from smaller accounts, I'm willing to bet that there are a few million of us that also make money here that aren't reported as small businesses, such as myself. My story is similar to a lot of y'all. You were here when I originally went viral because I quit my horrible job and I was panicked because I didn't know what to do for rent. And then I went viral and realized I could actually rely on this app to make a good $2 to $4K to cover my rent every month. And then beyond that, I was able to use this platform to get my dream job working and reporting actual news sometimes. Wow. I got the opportunity to travel the country and do what I love, all because of right here. And now that's all being stripped away from me again. And I'm really worried like the rest of you all are. Like, I'm also worried and don't know what to do. Cough, cough.
Like, I just don't think laughing at people who are, who have legitimate reasons to be scared about a source of income, either the source of income or a source of income going away. I don't think that's the right move. I think it's easy. I think when you're not somebody who is a TikTok creator, when you're not somebody who's spent a lot of time building a platform for yourself, when you don't rely on a platform like TikTok to pay your rent, then it is easy to be like, ha ha, you're just being dramatic and silly.
Sorry, I ran out of red pens. This is a graph of our current national unemployment rate.
Get a real job. Be like me, where I work 80 hours a week. I work 80 hours a week so I can pay my rent.
Lost faith a long time ago, so it's no shock to me that they pretend to care about the well-being of people whilst also doing something entirely avoidable that will willingly add a couple million people to this number up here. Because at the end of the day, they just gamble with people in these statistics as if we're the stocks that they also trade behind the scenes. The Supreme Court doesn't at least even pretend to pick up and look at this case. We're done. Like, I'm done. That's it. I'm going into my villain arc. This is going to be my villain era.
I wanted to go back and look at the stats she was referring to. It says here unemployment rate was 4.2%. And it also said, and that was updated in November 2024, says here that the total unemployment amount of people unemployed was 7.1 million people. And if I remember the numbers correctly, I think it would be like 2 million creators that would be affected by the TikTok ban. That would be crazy if so. And if I'm wrong about those numbers, y'all let me know down below. Another part that I thought stuck out was this part right here. She's showing the YouTube logo and it has her name that is on her TikTok. And essentially she's hinting like follow her on YouTube, right? And I wanted to say I noticed a huge influx of TikTok creators that have migrated to YouTube and other social media platforms looking for a new home and a creative outlet for their content. I just think the whole thing is very sad and I don't want to see this for anybody.
Man, the other thing too, this is just like content creation in general, okay? And oh my God, we're about to have this conversation again where no one is saying that content creation is the hardest job in the world. Okay, that is not what this is about. But it is devaluing content creation. It's looking at it and being like, this is not a real job. Like, suck it up. Go be a barista like everybody else. And first of all, it often feels like that comes from a place of I hate my life and I hate my job, and so I want everybody else to have to be, in this shit position. Second of all, it's like, do you not watch content? Do you not watch YouTube? Do you not watch TikTok? You're somebody who's just been living under a rock. You don't consume anything, right? It's the same attitude during the strikes in Hollywood, during the labor strikes, where it's like, oh, fuck these people. What a joke. Actors and writers suck my dick. And it's like, oh, you don't watch film? You don't watch TV shows? You don't consume any media whatsoever because you know that you need these people. You know that these are the people who create. And so it's funny because, I know that you consume media. I know that you are most likely a person who watches movies, watches shows, watches YouTube, is online, consumes. And yet when it comes to these people's rights, and when it comes to their livelihoods, and most people are not multimillionaires, then suddenly we don't give a shit. Then suddenly it's like, oh, fuck these people. Yeah. Usually boils down to they have an easier job than me, so I enjoy that they're losing that zero class consciousness. Yeah, man. It's like, bro, why are you siding with these multi-billion-dollar Silicon Valley companies? Okay, why are you siding with Meta? With the motherfucking Mark Zuckerberg? That's who you're on the side of? That dork-ass loser? That's your guy. Because by shitting on these creators, by being like, haha, yeah, they deserve it, whatever, okay? You're like helping people like Mark Zuckerberg. Okay, you are supporting multimillionaire politicians like Nancy Pelosi, who has a vested interest, who has a personal interest in TikTok going away, and in an increase of advertising to Meta, of users to Meta. Me lord. Yeah, I just have to ask people who have no class consciousness and who have no empathy. It's like, why are you so angry at the wrong people? Like, do you know that do you know what side you're on here? I remember working on multiple indie sets where it's like, hey, we got $100 for budget, figure this shit out. I remember telling a non-film friend I was working 16 plus hour shifts on set, and he said, I thought you just pushed a button. Your average person doesn't know how much effort goes into films. But it's also like because TikTok, being a content creator, working in film, it seems very glamorous, right? There's a lot of people who are like, I would kill to do that. I would kill to do something like that. It's very sought after type of jobs, even though most of it is really not glamorous, and that's just the reality of work, right? Work is work. But because of the because of the associations with jobs like this, when those jobs are threatened, it's like the empathy is just nowhere to be found. It's like, oh, well, you had it good. Sorry, join the rest of us. You only see successful content creators. The other 90% of people trying to make it in that sphere struggle. Right. I mean, most people who make money on a platform like TikTok are not making much money. It's like, wow, I work really hard and I make enough money to pay my rent. And for a lot of people, it's not it's a full-time job, but it's not their only job.
Wait, y'all do know that the influencer marketing space is going to take a huge hit. This TikTok ban does go into effect. I think I've just seen so many conversations about the actual influencers that create content. I don't think that people are talking enough about how influencer marketing agencies, people whose whole job to work with these creators and help get them ad dollars is going to take a hit. Not only that, but marketing.
Yeah, also TikTok was a platform that gave people the chance to, to bypass the gatekeepers. Right? Everybody, it was equal access, equal opportunity, even though, yeah, there's things like the algorithm. Okay. But as far as like, you didn't need to be rich to make TikTok videos. You didn't need to be somebody who was connected, right? Like you didn't have to go to Ivy League schools and have, a network who's going to help you in your life. So a lot of obstacles were removed, and there were a lot of people who, wanted to create things, wanted to, wanted to make, but were kept from more traditional media and entertainment because they didn't have the resources, they didn't have the connections. And so, TikTok was a platform that a lot of people were able to do things that they wanted to do on their own accord, right? Like they were in charge. They were in charge of their content, and they didn't have to they didn't have to like answer to a boss.
In general, in itself, in my opinion, it I don't know. Like I feel.
Look, I just thought about the fact that we're just talking about influencers and people on TikTok, like the creators. What about the people who make music? Because a lot of people's music was popping off strictly because of TikTok. The sounds were taking off, and they were able to become large mainstream artists because of it. There are so many songs I would not know anything about if it was not for TikTok and the fact that it went viral and everybody needed to make up a dance to go with the trend on TikTok. Down below, what is the one song that took off on TikTok that you wouldn't have known about unless it was for TikTok? TikTok ended up becoming like the new QVC and being known for a whole bunch of other things, like people posting their think pieces, that now I think we forget that people were originally on there dancing and sharing all these different songs. So I also think the music industry is going to suffer. Subscribe.
The job market is something that I quite literally cannot stop thinking about in regards to the TikTok.
Do you have a Xiao Hong Shu? I do not. I was not a person who was on TikTok to begin with. I also missed Vine. I am now a professional internet creator, but I am not a person of the internet. But I understand that I understand the ridiculousness of banning TikTok over other social media apps, right? Like this is not about TikTok specifically as some special problem, as like, oh, no, everything else is fine, but TikTok is a big problem. No, this is about censorship. This is about eliminating competition. This is about, maintaining, maintaining the control over Americans and wanting, wanting to make sure that we crush Chinese competition. I gave my data to my personal Chinese spy just out of spite. Great. Yeah, if you join Red Note, you will get a personal Chinese spy is what I've been told. Did you see AOC's TikTok that she posted about the ban? I did not.
About business owners who make a living on here. We're talking about content creators who make a living on here. Again, literal influencer marketing agencies and companies whose job is dedicated to working with creators. Like I am actually scared about what is going to happen to this job market if this ban does go into effect. Mind you, the market is already crazy. I have been seeing LinkedIn posts about it. I have been seeing TikToks about it. But bro, I got laid off around Thanksgiving. This market is different. And I'm talking about someone who has 10 plus years of experience. Talking about I'm getting referral links from top companies. Condé Nast.
Have you seen Sony's latest TikTok? My old employer is crashing out. Let me see.
Mark, Mark! Wired in.
The Sony intern.
Yes. How about now? You're still wired in?
Yeah, I'm sure that social network clip is going viral.
Peloton, etc. And I'm still not getting jobs. This market is different, and I'm not saying
No, I don't use Edge. It's just that I can't. When I click on a TikTok link, look, this is what happens. It doesn't show up, so I have to copy paste it and put it in Edge. Just leave me alone.
And about my situation, I will be fine, baby. I know I will be fine. I've had great interviews. I have 2 interviews on Monday. I will be fine. What I'm talking about is that a market that already seems like it is about to crash is about to get worse. While we're talking about one of the worst economies in over a century.
I hope that she's able to get her a job. I think a lot of us are just hanging on by the edge of our seats like, what is about to happen? Are they going to give an extension? Because when I was listening to a lot of the hearings that were going on for TikTok, I'm not even gonna lie, y'all. I kind of felt a little discouraged because it doesn't even sound like they understand Wi-Fi and the algorithm completely. So it's kind of scary to know that these are the people that are going to be voting in favor, yay or nay.
But
I do like to see the solidarity that is going on with the TikTok creators and the other creators on other platforms, like giving their love and support to the TikTok creators during this time.
At least you're somewhat honest. Y'all yappers used to love to make it like this TikTok money wasn't nothing. Now y'all feeling it. Benny got to return that BMW. This is somebody.
A lot of people have been reporting that TikTok has kicked him out. My own TikTok editor, because I do have a TikTok. I just am not on TikTok. But my editor said that it kicked her out and she was not able to log back in. Sorry, TikTok isn't available right now. A law banning TikTok has been enacted in the U.S. Unfortunately, that means you can't use TikTok for now. We are fortunate that President Trump has indicated that he will work with us on a solution to reinstate TikTok once he takes office. Please stay tuned. Like, man, even if Trump does a 90-day extension or, just kind of postures and makes it seem like he's going to try to save TikTok, that will earn him love and respect. Even though he's the guy, he is the person who said, I'm going to ban TikTok. He's like, we're going to get rid of TikTok. And then social media was very good for him. TikTok was very good for him during this last campaign. And it's not easy to make Biden look like a just dipshit buffoon piece of crap, The canceling the TAC.
His burner account. I just went in.
The other thing about all this is the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that a foreign corporation has no rights on American soil. Like, even if no other similar legislation gets passed, it's going to have a chilling effect on our economy because businesses who would have engaged with our economy will be looking at our politics and saying, fuck that, and go to another place. Yeah, I mean, this opens the door. This opens the door for further foreign companies to be banned, right? Let's say Silicon Valley gets together, with Congress and is like, we don't like this. I don't know. We don't like this Korean-owned company. Let's get rid of it, right? Well, now the Supreme Court has made the argument. They've made the argument to uphold the TikTok ban that can then be applied in other situations. Got that message on TikTok and using a VPN and got it to work again.
I looked at the account.
He just said somebody got to return their BMW. Benny got to return that BMW.
We gonna fuck around, figure out who you is. With that being said, I've never been one to act like, oh, that little TikTok money ain't nothing. All I said was my bills are paid by my real life money. I'll never get more bills than I can handle, you know what I'm saying, that I can't pay for with my W-2 and my cleaning company. So we good over here. The TikTok check, I used to talk about that all the time, break it down X, Y, and Z. I love easy money. The reason why so many creators love this app is because it's easy money, right? But me personally, I came from YouTube. So it's not really, when people are like, oh, how'd you grow so fast? Wooty. I have a loyal following, like, from here. That I got the homies. I hate to say it, but it's a lot easier to get 100K on TikTok than it is to get 10K on YouTube. And it's not even close. Like, the algorithm on YouTube seems like it doesn't even work. It's all about organically catching people. Like, you got to have that thumbnail in the first whatever minutes of the video, post the craziest thing that happened in the video. All this, like, you have to captivate people and make people like you for real. That's where I came from. Do I feel like doing all that? Fuck no.
He brought up some great points. A lot of people that do YouTube or TikTok have multiple income streams, and people watching from the outside looking in, trying to get all this intel, may not know that. A lot of people might be making great money on YouTube, but it's probably not like Mr. Beast or like those extremely, extremely large YouTubers where they're just able to make like a whole bunch of money in 1 month. YouTube can definitely be up and down, and I'm sure TikTok was like that too. I couldn't really get into TikTok because it was a little bit too much. I couldn't be on all these platforms at once. But this stuff be up and down. It's not as stable as a lot of people think it is. And so, yeah, it's great to have another income stream that is stable. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what I think makes the most sense, because you just never know what can happen. And if you got bills, you got bills. So what are you going to do?
Can I do all that? Yes. And so, seeing as how TikTok may get a 3-month extension or may be banned or may just be here for good, whatever happens, even if the best thing possible happens and they overturn it and TikTok gets to stay, the lesson that I've learned from this is to, like, not only just stay in touch with the other apps, but to be fully in touch with them. At least you're somewhat honest. Y'all yappers used to love to make it like this TikTok money wasn't nothing. Now y'all feeling it. Then you gotta
Chat, we know TikTok is down.
return that.
You guys, is TikTok down? Is anybody getting a note? Is anyone getting that message? Anybody?
Dog, I'm just trying to figure out how John video is about something and then I catch a stray, minding my own goddamn black ass business. But his video was talking about the TikTok ban, which everybody's talking about because there's going to be a lot of people impacted by this. Number one, it's really funny to see a bunch of people who are nobodies in real life get on this app and have a little bit to say in somebody else's videos in the comment section, right? And then they have a lot to say about people who actually popped on the app and made some people made a good living. Some people made a decent living. Some people made just some pocket change, but they're mad or upset, or this is their gotcha moment to people that were able to have some success.
Also, there's a lot of there's a lot of people who use TikTok in conjunction with their other work, right? It's not one is totally separate from the other, and it's not like, as we've been saying, only TikTok. And as enterprise moved online, as people started shifting away from shopping in person, in not online, to shopping online, then it became even more important for businesses to, especially small business owners, to be operating on social media apps. And anyway, it's even all the hog business people who are talking shit now. Yeah, this is seriously a potential huge win for Donald Trump if he can, because as he said, he's like, I'm going to negotiate a solution. I'm going to figure this out. Joe Biden was like, I'm not going to enforce the law because he's got 2 days left. So if he puts in a 90-day temporary reprieve, if he makes it seem like it's ridiculous that we're going to save TikTok. I don't know. I mean, just performative shit.
This app. Oh, y'all
So
gotta
easy
get a
to look
real
like a
job.
hero.
Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ha, ha, ha.
I've been seeing a lot of that. I'm not going to lie. Like, it's crazy how many people are celebrating in the comments a lot of these larger creators or well-known creators on TikTok having to get jobs. I'm not going to hate on somebody.
Man, it's like when people who watch Twitch streams get really mad about Twitch streamers making money. And granted, there are certainly reasons to criticize Twitch streamers. Okay, absolutely. A lot of Twitch streamers too have no sense of how much money they make for the work that they do. A lot of people just started streaming too young. They They didn't go out in the world and work a 9 to 5. They didn't know what it's like to make $10 an hour. Granted, most streamers are not. Most streamers don't make money, and certainly don't make a lot of money. Even with streamers who make money, it's only a small percentage make a lot of money. But still, you'll see people who watch Twitch streamers get so angry about them making money and kind of have this attitude of like, ooh, I hope Twitch crashes tomorrow. But it's like, you watch Twitch though. This, like, you consume this content, and it's like I said before, where it is this crazy thing to see people who consume this content, right? Consume the work that is created by creators, and yet be so gleeful in the downfall of platforms, and wish that would happen to more, right? It's like, okay, starting with TikTok now, let's move like Twitch next type of thing. My streamers has to eat shit down here like me.
For popping off on a platform, like, good for you, because that's a hard thing to do. It's hard to do on YouTube for sure. So I can only imagine how hard it is on TikTok. No matter what it is or how you popped off, you did it in a way that you were able to bring.
Yeah, I like this thing, but I don't want the people who do it to live well, right? Like, I don't want the people who do it to make a living. Because the other thing is, I think that they think most streamers are making $20 million a year, right? They think they think that they think that more streamers are in a very high tax bracket than actually are. But the thing is too, it's like, okay, why are you so mad that Ludwig makes a bunch of money, right? Ludwig isn't the CEO of Amazon who is exploiting workers, who's exploiting laborers, and that is how he makes his money. I mean, I don't know what's happening over at Mogul Moves, but I'm not mad Lud makes money. I'm mad that his hair is better than mine. I just use Ludwig as an example. But yeah, I mean, there's... You guys know what I'm talking about.
Income into your family, you were able to add another income stream. I think that's something that a lot of people aren't able to do, or even say that they're able to do. So I don't see nothing wrong with that, but I don't understand the hate for somebody being able to make a way for themselves in the world, or being able to accomplish their dreams. And then I think about the people on TikTok Shop who were able to pop off with their businesses. A lot of small businesses were able to just massively grow because of TikTok Shop. A lot of influencers were able to influence on TikTok. And not saying that I believe all sorts of influence was just the best type of influencing ever, because yes, some of it I think was a little bit destructive to society because of the influence it has and the overconsumption. But maybe you were just able to get into affiliate marketing, or whatever the case may be. You were still able to do something to bring more income streams. Whether I agree with how you did it or not, you were able to do something to better yourself. And I wouldn't just hate on somebody for doing something that bettered themselves,
Well, number one, I've always said this was always play money. I have a career. I have a job. I have a life outside this app, which is why I haven't capitalized off of this app the way I should have, could have, and other people have. Number two.
Yeah, and for people who are mad, it's like, okay, I don't know. Then get on fucking Redno and try to be a content creator. All right, here's a new app for you. Not that the app is necessarily new, but here's a new app for you, okay? You missed out on TikTok. You missed out on Vine. You missed out on YouTube. Now it's so saturated. It's harder to pop off. Great. Okay, here's Red Note. Here's Red Note. Have at it. Here's your chance now. My gay cousin blew up on TikTok for sketch comedy. And it opened up acting roles for him they wouldn't have gotten otherwise. I feel bad for the dude because he's not able to keep the ball rolling on his main platform. Yeah, I mean, TikTok it's offered opportunities to a lot of people who otherwise would have been gatekept from, the traditional media and entertainment industries. Are you gonna make a Red Note? Probably not. Reminds me of Brennan Lee Mulligan talking about some guy shitting on people for working in coffee shops.
I remember a guy being like, like you're working in a coffee shop somewhere, and like you got to think like that's not a career. You got to do that. And I remember talking to the guy and being like, so do you think no one should work in a coffee shop? And he was like, I wouldn't. And I was like, but I'm asking you, do you think coffee shops shouldn't exist? And he was like, no, I love coffee. And I was like, so you're bad.
Yeah.
Like, do you see that you are saying it should exist, and if you want it to exist, you should want it to be that anyone who works there, because again, we're agreeing it's good and necessary.
Yeah.
Coffee shops are actually better than what you do. It's better to pour a cup of coffee than whatever fucking thing you do all day. Right? That's a nice, cool thing to do that's good to do, is to make a good cup of coffee. So someone doing that should live in dignity and comfort and safety, right? We all think that is true. And like the idea that he was like, no, it should exist and it should hurt and be bad to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the same people who would shit on content creators, who would be like, they don't deserve anything, fuck these people, would also be the people to shit on baristas and be like, that's not a real job. Oh, flipping burgers, you want to make, you work at a fast food restaurant, you want to make $20 an hour flipping burgers? Yeah, right. That's not a real job. It's like, what the fuck do you think is a real job? And you know what I bet their answer would be? Being a CEO. They'd be like, yeah, that's a real job. And those people deserve the, those people deserve the tens of millions of dollars that they make every year.
Why were y'all, a bunch of people sat back in the cut while other people was getting this paper on here and having success and doing things or whatever, sat back and waited.
100% say equals insert my job. Yeah. Yeah, working on an oil rig is the only real job. That is true.
To this very moment. So they could be like, haha, yeah, now you got to be broke like the rest of us. Like, you know how lame and buddy you got to be for that? And there will be people that'll fizzle out into the dust or use this to platform and capitalize and be successful somewhere else. But at the end of the day, those people
job
did
for
something.
Students.
You didn't. At the end of the day, you still didn't.
Yeah,
and
like,
you probably
okay.
you never will. And if those people do have to go back out into the workforce and fill out a W-2 or a job application, so what? For the past 5 years, they were able to do something you will never do. Touch money that you never will touch. But for me to catch...
as somebody who has worked a corporate job and who has worked a service job and who has worked in content, let me tell you that in every single one of my jobs, I have been shit on, okay? Or I have, by seeing people talking on the internet, have by proxy been shit on because of the jobs that I've done, right? When I worked in bottle service, when I was a server, I was told, by people who worked at Morgan Stanley, who worked these big fancy, legal jobs, they were lawyers, they were financial men, et cetera, working 90 hours a week, probably wanted to put, a fucking bullet in their head. But they would say like, ugh, don't you want to do something with your life? Why you're wasting your life? Don't you want a real job like mine? Look at me. I'm so happy. Haha. That's why I'm blacked out at this club on a Wednesday night after I just worked for 14 hours. And then, as a content creator, we all remember that fun conversation about streaming as a job. Anyway, it is a thing where I'm told that I am a billionaire living in Beverly Hills, or that I'm a, gold digging bitch, or that I just don't deserve anything because I don't do anything, whatever, a lot of ideas of me and other content creators and why we don't deserve anything. And then when I worked, a 9 to 5, when a lot of my job was like answering emails, doing Excel spreadsheets, doing very boring administrative work. And I really just, I think people who have ideas of like what a job is and what a job isn't really believe that the only jobs are CEO or whatever their job is.
Catch a Stray is crazy.
Yeah, they said that he
Jojo,
gotta
thank you
return
for
his
the 3
BMW.
months.
Now that wasn't right, y'all. Now that was just petty to say somebody got to return their BMW. When again, he sounds like he has multiple.
In before Caroling inevitably wins a public office, I once upon a time back in my lived up days thought I would run for office, and now that is like the last thing I want to do. You want to talk about what's not a job? Being a politician. Haha.
Streams of income, so you just never know.
I had money before this app. I will have money after this app. Yeah. And that BMW ain't going nowhere unless I want it to
Hogan,
go
thank you for the
somewhere.
gift of
I just
TikTok
want to tell
down.
y'all, there's absolutely nothing wrong with seeing other people do well and just being okay with that. You don't have to be jealous. You don't have to be envious. You could even just be inspired by the fact that a lot of these people that y'all are watching online are able to do these things. Maybe you can do it too.
Influencers aren't out of touch for crying about the TikTok ban. You're out of touch for not realizing this is a real industry. You're out of touch for not realizing that social media is one of the only female-dominated spaces where women run this shit. Y'all cry about women's rights and women supporting women. Women on this app are the first ones crawling to Reddit to complain about their favorite influencers, ripping them apart in their comments, saying they're so excited that they're gonna have to get real jobs now. Want to support women, and yet you're the first ones to discredit all of the work women do.
Is that what's going on Reddit? I didn't know it was going down in the Reddit comments about female influencers having to, quote unquote, get a job. That's wild.
Let's take a step back for a minute. You also don't realize how many people that are invisible behind the scenes that you don't even realize work at TikTok, work on campaigns, work with agencies, work in advertising, that are about to lose their jobs in an already impossible job market.
Yeah, okay, so let's talk about that. Think about what she just said about the different people in the industries. You got the people who are the talent, the models. You got the lighting.
This is the same thing as when I was talking about the Oscars, when Stephen King said we should not have the Oscars this year. I will not be voting in the Oscars. I'm like, actually, most of the people who are involved with the Oscars are not celebrities. Yeah, when we think of the Oscars and why people watch the Oscars is because you have these very beautiful people dressed up in very beautiful outfits and they're getting awards. But there are thousands of people who are employed to produce the show. It's the biggest award show in the world, biggest film award show. And you know, work has been tight in Los Angeles. There are a lot of people who are relying on the work from something such as the Oscars. And so, you know, we always like think of the forward facing people and go, fuck those people. Okay. So with TikTok, we think of the creators on TikTok, which, as I've already explained, is cruel to be like, fuck all these people. But think about all the people who work behind the scenes, you know, who are not content creators, but whose jobs are connected to TikTok. Curious who makes up the bulk of the Academy voters. Couldn't just be actors and such. So the Academy is comprised of about 10,000 voting members, but they are split into 17 branches that correspond with the category of the award. And so actors are the biggest branch in the Oscars, and they vote for the acting categories. And then there's a director's branch, producers, makeup and hair, cinematographers, etc., etc.
People, you got the camera people, you got the audio people, because everybody don't know how to do audio. You got the person that does the editing, you got the producer, you got the storyboard person, you got all these different people that play the roles. You got people who are the script writers. These are a lot of jobs that a lot of people, when they're talking about content creation, don't even consider that it's not always the person that you see on the camera, the quote unquote talent. There are a lot of people behind the scenes. There are people scheduling things. There are agencies that are like, hey, I just manage this person. When the influencers feel it, those people are going to feel it too. And just because there's something that you may not understand doesn't mean that this isn't a way to actively make money online. Social media and making money online may be very unfamiliar and new to a lot of people, but just because it's new doesn't mean that it's not a real job. Who gets to say what a real job is?
Want to see women have autonomy over their schedules, be able to be the breadwinners of their families, have the freedom to leave really bad situations. Normal consumers and normal people in the job market are struggling.
You know what, though? I will say, now that TikTok is down, maybe that will save Lolo from getting fired again. Lolo overruled, who's like, I need to stop posting online and cannot stop posting online. Well, TikTok went, we're going to help you out. Oh, no, he's on Red Note. Never mind. Never mind.
To find work because we're all getting laid off left and right. I know I was laid off twice. Only 1% of your favorite influencers, ones that you built up only to bring back down, are the ones bringing in those $1 million paychecks. You're okay seeing moms that are able to support their kids, leave toxic environments. You built their confidence up. You rallied for their success, losing everything.
You guys, wouldn't it be crazy as like, you know, a person who doesn't go on TikTok, if I'm the only one who can go on TikTok? I'm like picturing some A24 psychological noir thriller film where like nobody else in the country can go on TikTok except for me. I'm the last TikToker. Yeah. Where I'm like, you know what? What if I'm a person? Okay, hold on. I'm a person who like doesn't know anything that's going on. Okay, I don't know TikTok's been banned. I don't know all this stuff. And I just happen to be like, I think I want to check out this TikTok thing. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't know what's going on. And so I get onto TikTok. I'm like, oh, it's just a wasteland, right? So I start posting videos, and I'm the only person who's on TikTok. And everyone is, you know, meanwhile, it's just chaos. It's just absolute chaos. It's like during a zombie apocalypse when one person, for we don't know why, is immune to whatever virus, whatever disease is turning people into zombies. There's like the person who just has natural immunity. I am that person, but for TikTok. Yeah, picture the opening to 28 Days Later. I wake up from a coma. Oh my God. Yeah, I've been in a coma for 10 years. Yeah. And I wake up. And I'm like, what is this TikTok? And I get onto TikTok. I'm the only one. And I have no idea.
Because you don't really want to see them succeed.
When she spoke about building up a creator and then breaking them down, I've seen that happen to so many creators on TikTok. It's ridiculous. I don't understand why people do that. They'll just be like,
you know, watch the leftist cooks essay on
GAIMAN's
great
top,
largely
and then when they get there, they start like headhunting them and trying to like pick them apart, going after their family. Just all these crazy things start to happen. They start pitting them against other people, and I'm just like, why do people do that? It's like making someone a hero and then making them a villain after they get to the status that you put them up on. Because a lot of these people be put on pedestals for crazy reasons. But we got to remember, why were they put there and who?
All I will say is if you're going to use a VPN, don't use Surfshark. Don't use Surfshark. And the reason I say that is because Surfshark decided to pull out of a contract that we had signed and cited political reasons, and it absolutely has to do with my support of Palestine. So, that's all I'm going to say.
Put them there. The people put them there. And the same people that put them there, out of sometimes it's just jealousy of seeing them get to that point, want to knock them back down. And I think that's very sad, to be honest.
All my favorite content creators keep telling me, go follow me on XYZ, go follow me on Instagram, go follow me on Reels. I'm sorry. Respectfully, here's another reason why TikTok is so special, so unique. I care about my ratio and how I'm perceived on those other apps.
Ratio?
I'm nobody's groupie. I'm nobody's fan. However, on here, I have no problem following the entire world. So I guess we just the road gonna have to end when the road gonna have to end on January 19th. Maybe I'll see y'all when I'm scrolling on Reels every now and then, but I feel like the road gonna end when the road
I
gotta
got the
end.
worst.
I think if you
I got
truly-
the worst final open of TikTok. It was the TikTok down message and an Aiden Ross clip behind. Oh no, that's the last thing that you saw. An Aiden Ross clip. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Support the creator. I understand, like, nobody's making anybody do anything.
Oh my God. I just checked Twitter and every post on Twitter is people posting a screenshot of sorry, TikTok isn't available right now.
But I definitely think it's helpful for them to be able to build themselves up on whatever platform they may be going to next. In the event that TikTok is banned, I'm hoping it's not banned, because I don't want to see the downfall of anybody's income streams or any successful businesses they had going on. And I personally think that TikTok was very interesting. I didn't know a lot of the stuff I knew until TikTok. And I understand how hard it can be to try to build a platform up from zero or just starting all over. And a lot of these creators, they were able to grow some large followings. And it's going to be, probably a little bit of a challenge if TikTok does go away. But I wish them all the best, and I hope that they're able to grow on all platforms and be just as successful on other platforms as they were on TikTok. Why not? Y'all comment down below. Do you want TikTok to get banned? Do you think it's not going to get banned at all? Do you think that this is better for society? I know a lot of people are like, yeah, I'm tired of TikTok. I'm going to be able to be more productive all of a sudden if TikTok is going away. Let me know what you think down below. We have to start making better decisions today in order to have a better future.
Man, it's crazy because it's not even midnight. I think that's when it was supposed to go down, right? Like midnight Eastern time. Do you think Trump is going to save it, or is he going to get bored and forget about it? Well, first of all, it's just hilarious to think of Donald Trump saving it because he was the one who said that he was going to ban TikTok. So what he can do, what he's empowered to do per the law, is he can pause the ban for 90 days. If TikTok shows that it is in the process of separating from ByteDance. So, I mean, essentially, it's like TikTok's option is to be sold to, to be sold to an American company, right? Like it has to divest. ByteDance has to divest from TikTok. And I think that goes for even if there is a 90-day ban in place where it has to show that it's in the process of doing that. The law banning TikTok will go into effect at midnight, but TikTok didn't wait until the last second passed. Yeah, they were early on that. I think Kevin O'Leary said that he would buy TikTok, which is, no thank you. Kevin O'Leary says he's offering $20 billion cash. AI 4K 1080p says that he will buy TikTok because this is what it is, right? Again, it's about eliminating the Chinese competition. And, an American company or an American, individual billionaire, like when Elon Musk said, I'm going to buy Twitter, taking over, putting it back into American control or putting it into American control. Well, I guess he is Canadian. Who else has offered to buy it? Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary, billionaire Frank McCourt want to buy TikTok. Yeah. How about if you look like this, you can't buy TikTok? No thanks. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if ByteDance is going to hold out. You know, they've said that they would. They said that they will not sell.
Let's move on to our main.
Mr. Beast. How much money does Mr. Beast have, though? Sometimes Mr. Beast says things because I think he's just trying to, you know, he's trying to be goofy. He's trying to be a goofy guy. When he's like, oh, I thought maybe I'll run for president. Oh, I'll consider buying TikTok. Yeah, he just wants clicks. Yeah, he's not that rich if you compare him to billionaires. Yeah, is Mr. Beast a billionaire yet? Yet. I didn't think so. I feel like that will be soon. You know. He's on the way. He's on the way. Yeah, you should buy TikTok with your streamer money. Yeah, I'm going to do a subathon to buy TikTok. The White House said that TikTok saying it was going dark was just a stunt, which goes to show these people. I saw that. It's like, you motherfuckers did this. What do you mean TikTok going dark is just a stunt? You did this. What are you talking about? Anyway, let's revisit John Oliver's TikTok. Let me just say, too, that Trump is yet to be in office. And so the TikTok ban, even though this was what Trump had proposed, is associated with Joe Biden. Okay? This is just this is just how it is. This is how it works out, you know? It's again just so easy to completely own the Democrats. Like when the stimulus checks, remember those? And Donald Trump put his name on the stimulus check. So everyone was like, Donald Trump gave us money. Donald Trump gave us money. And Joe Biden didn't put his name. It's just little stuff. Not little stuff. It's stuff like that. Where consistently, the Democrats look awful, you know? Whether they look awful because they actually are doing awful things, or because they just let the Republicans run circles around them. Yeah, Donald Trump gave me free money. What I mean, this is what I mean by how this is being like worked out in Trump's favor, as crazy as that is. Because look at this message. Like here is the initial update. And then this, where it includes, we are fortunate that President Trump has indicated he will work with us on a solution to reinstate TikTok once he takes office. So what this reinforces is that this is only Biden. Now, yeah, this did happen under Biden's administration, right? Congress voted to ban TikTok and the Supreme Court voted to uphold the ban. And yet it's making it seem as if Donald Trump is the hero here, right? Like, it's just so insane how easy it is to dunk on the Democrats. Just remember, there's no evidence, okay? Like, they're acting as if there is an enormous amount of evidence that shows that the Chinese government has been manipulating users, gathering intelligence, stealing data and other information to spy on America. It's socialism or barbarism. Thank you so much for the 5.
Chinese malware. It's just junk food for our brains.
It is
Right.
spyware.
And additionally, it's like, how is this social media app any different than all social media companies? Right? Than every company in Silicon Valley. Yeah, here's AOC talking about the ban. Okay. Let me see.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about this TikTok ban.
I'll go back to John.
Which I voted against, by the way.
Yeah. By the way, okay. By the way, the government, in order to in order to justify banning an entire communications platform, under the First Amendment, the government had to meet a standard. Okay, they had to show that the ban was the only way to prevent serious harm, that it was a serious threat to national security, and the only option was to ban the entire platform. And they also had to show that the ban would not limit, would not limit more speech than necessary to accomplish that purpose. And this was the standard that they had to meet, and they did not meet that standard. They did not meet that standard. And so it is why this is being called unconstitutional. Why, like the ACLU and other nonprofits are getting involved, have gotten involved to hold the government accountable for not meeting that standard.
Since this is coming up soon. Last year, when they brought this ban up for a vote, number one, they said it's a national security issue, it's a national security issue. I said, okay, that's serious. Let's see the case. Let's see the intelligence. Let's see what's going on. I can tell you that what was presented to all of the members voting on this thing was not very compelling.
Right.
Like there was no real information that was given that was a smoking gun, that was anything specific. It was very vague, not convincing, and frankly, it was not convincing to many other members as well.
Like, duh!
A little bit about. In fact, very high-ranking members on the House Foreign Affairs Committee came to me after the briefing, and they were very shocked and pretty surprised at the lack of substantive information in the briefing. They were genuinely expecting there to be some real or compelling intelligence shared that would substantiate the argument. And
they're like, wait, is that it? Wait, hold on. I thought that this was going to be, it was going to blow the doors open. That's it?
There just wasn't. And they were surprised at the lack of information presented at it. And then also, additionally, this bill, which is very large and substantive, like in terms of its impact, came to the Energy and Commerce Committee. It was marked up and it was brought to the floor like in a matter of, 1 or 2 weeks. I'm trying to remember. It was just a few weeks, which is very, very fast. Very.
Yeah.
TikTok.
Do you remember, you guys, how Congress showed us that they were able to come together very quickly and in a bipartisan manner to ban TikTok with everything else that was going on? Okay, as there were protests happening demanding an end to the nonstop billions in funding to Israel, right? Demanding a ceasefire. Oh, no. Oh, no, we can't do any of that. Oh, no. People who are screaming about student loans. Oh, no. Oh, no. Right? The ongoing healthcare crisis. Oh, no. But banning TikTok? Oh, yeah. Oh, sure. No, we can
Additionally,
certainly get that done fast.
the degree to which corporations surveil the American people without genuine consent and without real mechanisms for opting out should be illegal, point blank, period. And so many of us naturally said, the answer is not just playing endless whack-a-mole with apps. The answer is that we should have real privacy legislation in the United States, and we should help people own their information and have greater agency over their personal information so that they're not being spied on all the time, whether it's a domestic company or a foreign.
They're like, if anybody's going to spy on Americans, it's going to be us. If anybody's going to kiss my sister, it's going to be me. Seriously, though, that is what this is about. They're like, excuse me. The only person, the only ones with the right to spy on Americans, to sell American data, okay, to do surveillance on the 330 million people who live here are us, okay? America. All right, this is America, buddy. This ain't China. And the other thing too is, do not underestimate how much xenophobia is in our government. Just like, it's so open and like is encouraged. And there were plenty of legislators who were perfectly fine justifying this ban, even with the lack of, damning evidence to prove that this app was a threat to national security. Because they're like, oh no, China can't have communist propaganda, right? It's just a continuation of Red Scare bullshit that we've had for 70 years. So that's like it's a big thing here. It's a big thing where they're like, oh no, Chinese propaganda. We can't have the kids learning about that.
Foreign company. So we need to actually have privacy laws in the United States, to which, of course, big tech is going to fight against, and their lobbies are going to fight against. So they just target an app instead of targeting the problem.
That's a crazy last image there. Okay, here we go.
And then lastly, when this thing was passed, all these legislators were like, who supported it were like, oh, it's not a ban, it's just a forced sale. Which, to be fair, forced sales have happened in the past. Grindr was a forced sale. And they'll say it's not a ban, it'll be a forced sale, it'll be fine. Well, first of all, they provided very little time for that to happen. For an app that big, like who's going to buy TikTok? Hello? Like, it's very large. But besides,
who's going to buy TikTok? Me.
That, after leaving no time for a forced sale, now here we are.
AOC, yeah, I'm sorry. Can we just take a moment to recognize AOC mentioning Grindr? AOC mentioning Grindr.
And
Grindr
I would say that the lack of forethought and the rushed nature of this bill is now evidenced by the fact that both the Biden and Trump administrations are now looking to see if there's any way to reverse or stall it. And if they're looking at that now, why didn't they look at it then?
Yeah, so my whole thing is, it's like, okay, you guys banned the TikTok. So are we going to get federal data privacy legislation next? Are you guys going to pass? Are you going to introduce bills? Are you going to pass laws that's going to protect our data from American companies? Because you care so much. You care so much about data privacy, right? Grindr was bought in 2018 by a Chinese company. I wonder if Grindr traffic exploding during the RNC and CPAC is why they forced the sale. They're like, oh shit, we can't keep calling gay people groomers when half of the RNC attendees are on Grindr. I mean, we can keep doing that, but we got to keep it a little more secret. In the last year, I do appreciate, though, that she is somebody who's always been very savvy with the internet, and that she gets on and she does those little videos. And I think it's like, I think a lot of people feel like they have an in to what is happening in Congress. Like, that's where she's really shined. Alexandria, I wish she had not gotten up on stage at the DNC and said what she said, but I do appreciate that, like, when something like this happens, you can count on AOC to jump on Instagram and be like, okay, here's what's going on. This is why this is bullshit. Let me tell you what, let me break this down for you. Yeah. No one is saying that TikTok doesn't collect data. Every fucking internet company collects data, okay? Hello. But also in the fearful, like, language that's used around TikTok, it's a lot of hypothetical. It's like, imagine if this is what would happen. Imagine if they did this. And it completely ignores that we know the biggest American companies do surveil us. That, like, there is so much surveillance that is happening in the United States of America. We're acting as if we're, like, all, running around free and dandy. Yeah, like, it's just China that we have to worry about spying on us. It's like, we've been getting spied on. Not even just the big tech companies, literally the cell phone companies like AT&T and Verizon sell your location data legally. Yes, and it's because they can do so because Congress has a vested interest in letting that happen. It's why they don't pass any legislation to protect our data privacy. Of course not. Because the top ranking members all have, like, investments in these companies. I love my US spyware.
Audits and removed access to US data.
We live in a surveillance state, okay? If you do not think that we live in a surveillance state, I'm sorry to tell you, we done been there. I am just, it's kind of amazing to me because in the last week, as people online have been having fun with Red Note, as they've been, like, posting their observations of Americans who are unlearning propaganda simply by, like, talking to Chinese people. I've also seen this belief that there is not anti-Chinese sentiment in this country. And let me just tell you, as someone who is Chinese, I am not from China, but I am Chinese, and I'm visibly Chinese. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Like, remember the story I told of when I was flying through the Austin airport and that one woman, her last name is Steele, and she's like a MAGA. She's kind of like an Ann Coulter wannabe, kind of looks like her. And she kept giving me looks and then was talking to this woman about how, there's a lot of Chinese people, a lot of Asian people around, like, clearly insinuating that I'm a spy, that I'm a Chinese spy. And this woman who was just, like, happened to be in line waiting to go through security just kind of was looking at her like, I don't want to be in conversation with you. Why are you talking to me? Right? Where she's like, do you notice that there's a lot of Chinese people around? COVID. Remember that? Remember the China virus? Remember Kung Flu? Remember all that? hello? Like, I can go through 32 years worth of experience that I have had living in America, being born in America, but being Chinese. I mean, it doesn't even matter if I'm Chinese, just being Asian, right? That's just how that's how like junior high levels of racism we got going on in this country, that even just being Asian, you'll be, you will be on the receiving end of hatred. Yeah. And I think we need like a history lesson. Maybe we got to go back in time and talk about the Chinese Exclusionary Act, right? Talk about the history of legislation in this country that has been extremely anti-Chinese. My favorite is when white people see me and ask each other if anyone thinks I speak English. Right. I mean, there's a lot, there's the othering that that Asian people are used to, right? You just are always treated as an other. But there is like this natural there's a natural suspicion that's directed at you by people who hold anti-Chinese sentiment, who think that you are a Chinese spy, which, newsflash, I am. Yeah. And Donald Trump is back. So that's great. Yeah, it is funny because I am a Chinese spy, actually. That's the joke of it all. When I was younger, I didn't really understand what this was coming from, but as I got older, I recognized that when people would talk about me and be like, "Oh, she's Chinese, but she's American Chinese." Like, she is American, right? She is Chinese, but she is American. So she's not a dirty commie type. Like, that was the sentiment, right? One of the good ones. Yes, one of the good ones. She's not China Chinese. You can rest easy. Yes, it is very much so the attitude of one of the good ones. It's like, no. She was born here. Her dad was born here. Her Chinese father was born here. He was a doctor, very, reputable family, et cetera, et cetera. Right. The mother is white. They are mixed race. So on the one hand, it's like, man, all I wanted was for people to understand that I am American. When I was growing up, I was like, I'm no different than everyone else. I'm an American too. Hi, I voted for George Bush in my 7th grade election. Like, I love the USA. Woo! And then getting older, realizing that the "she's American" was used as a way to reassure people that I was, I was not a dirty communist Chinese spy. My father is white and I am brown. I always felt the need to say I was a Navy brat when I was a child. It upset me now. It upsets me now as an adult, realizing that, yeah, you were emphasizing that you are, your blood is red, white, and blue, right? You're like, I know I don't look like what you think an American looks like, but I promise you, I am a true patriot. I am a patriot. Yeah, there's a lot of things you realize as an adult that you're like, oh, fuck. Oh, man. Things become abundantly clear. Things can become abundantly clear. Yeah, I just, I've seen a lot of things about me online, which are sometimes very funny. Sometimes very, very funny. And I have been accused of Hating white people. I've been accused of hating mixed race people. It's basically everything. It's everything. And all of it is true. Yeah, I hate Chinese people, I hate white people, I hate mixed race people. I just hate every single person ever. So, yeah, if you ever see anything about me online, you're like, that seems crazy, just know it's true, okay? Every single thing about me. I know a lot of people will be like, there's a lot of things that are not true about me online, things that have been misrepresented intentionally or unintentionally. No, I'm here to say every single thing about me ever is true. Believe every single thing that you read online. It's not racism if you hate everyone equally. Yeah. I mean, that seems maybe a little woke. Equal hate? What's this about equality? Misinformation is just more info. Yeah. Yeah. In fact, they're not talking about actually they're underselling how much I hate. They're underselling me. Yeah, so you should not be able to trade stocks when you are a current member of Congress. Get rid of it. It's not hard. It's not difficult to connect the dots, okay? Oh, members of Congress who engage in stock trading while they are in office, while they are taking votes on bills that could hurt their stock portfolios, right? Or they're taking votes on bills and then investing in companies because of the way that the votes are going. Pelosi might break her other hip if you take away her stonks. No, Nancy Pelosi just naturally beats the market every year, you see. Isn't that illegal? I mean, look, are there limitations that have been put in place? Sure. Do members of Congress get around those limitations? Yes. Do they fail to disclose their trades in a timely manner? Do they violate ethics all over the fucking place? The Supreme Court does. The Supreme Court, Clarence Thomas, Alito, etc. These Supreme Court justices are violating, ethics. They are failing to disclose gifts. This is a classic video from nearly a decade ago about Facebook listening to conversations.
Okay, so this phone is my wife's.
Nancy Pelosi is a time traveler taking the hard path of getting rich. Yeah, she's got the turn thing that Hermione has.
And we think Facebook is listening to us and taking keywords from our conversations and then putting in suggested ads through
You
Facebook.
think Facebook is listening? Oh, yeah.
So we're going to do a test here.
Oh, thanks.
And all day,
Thanks.
we're going to talk about cat food because we don't have any cats. We never search for cats.
dog.
especially cat food. So let's find out. Alright, so all day we are going to be talking about cat food. Because I could use some cat food.
Well, the cat is almost out of food, so
We might need some cat food.
we should buy some cat food.
I should call somebody and ask if they know where to get cat food. And there you have it. Cat food. So I guess Facebook does listen. Oh, by the way,
That
this
old
came
iPhone.
in 2 days later, I think.
It was the day before yesterday we talked about it.
Yeah. There you go. Cat food. Meow. Okay, so I just want to make it totally clear that this test, we've never talked about cat food at any point before this. We've never typed it out through social
How old is this video? Like 10 years old.
media, Facebook, Instagram. We've never looked it up online. We haven't had cat.
This, I think, is maybe one of the best headlines I've ever seen. I knew one day I'd have to watch powerful men burn the world down. I just didn't expect them to be such losers. I mean, that is life ending. That is, I mean, a headline for all headlines. If a headline could end a man's whole career, that headline ended that man's whole career. I knew one day I'd have to watch powerful men burn the world down. I just didn't expect them to be such losers. You know, I went back and I was rewatching Social Network. I haven't watched it in quite some time. That movie was too kind to Mark Zuckerberg. Too kind. Even though at the time the film was seen as critical, right? Mark Zuckerberg did not like the way that he was presented. But now in hindsight, you know, if you rewatch the film, you go, oh, no. That film was too kind to that human shart.
That's in 20 years. So it was totally random.
You know, the other thing too is for anybody who's like, what's this douche? What's this douche thing that Mark Zuckerberg's got going on? You know, what's he taking TRT? You know, he's broing out with Rogan. Mark Zuckerberg, once upon a time, created a website to rank women. Okay? Before Facebook. Yeah, this guy has been a loser. This guy has been a little bitch. Yeah, when he was in college. And he created, what, Face Smash? Yeah. To rank women, to compare ladies. That's how he started this. That's what Facebook originated from. He hacked the online yearbooks of every dorm house on campus to do it to and then released around campus. Yeah, because he's a little bitch.
And
He's a loser.
And yeah, we just put the phones down next to our desk, left them on. Facebook and Messenger, pretty sure one or both were left open in the background, and from like the day before. But the phone was on when we were talking about cat food, and then the phone went off automatically, and we just kind of kept talking about cat food while we were working for maybe like an hour, hour and a half, and that was it. And 2 days later,
You guys got to remember too. You got to remember when people first started theorizing that the phones were listening, right? That it was a crazy thing. You know, before we understood how, yeah, we're in a surveillance state. Like every single thing about us has been sold many times over. Yeah, it was crazy though. Right? And people were like, no, you're making that up. The phones are listening. This isn't some sci-fi movie.
We get
Yeah, we're all on a list for saying anything pro Luigi. No joke. No joke. If you online were, were sympathetic to Luigi and you had smoke for CEOs for the healthcare industry, just know you're on a fucking list. Yeah. I read the Ken article. I mean, it's kind of something where I think we knew even before, like Ken Klippenstein or other people wrote about it. Like, we knew that was going to happen. That's why we say Fed posting, right? And so we say don't Fed post. We kind of do it anyway, but it doesn't, and trust, it doesn't take much. Even if you think you're not Fed posting, you probably are, because it doesn't take much. Jacob, thank you for the prime.
food advertising on our Facebook. So this whole thing about it being a conspiracy, not true, whatever, that's some bullshit.
Where's my federal agent? I haven't seen my federal agent in a minute. All right, so I am, as I've said a million times, I was not a TikTok user, but I do think that this was probably, my favorite TikTok video of all time. I've watched this maybe a million times. It is a fucking classic.
There is no such thing as a coincidence. The fact that you're watching this video means you are energetically aligned with me and this message. Your thoughts create your reality. But you already knew that, yet you still live a life that you dread.
Excuse me.
That is because when you visualize your dream life, you unconsciously...
Oh my god. Oh my god. She screams. This look. He looks like a snake. Excuse me. She screams. The scream that was scrubbed. The scream that was scrubbed. And then he just goes right back to the video. He's like Medusa. Oh my god, I just realized the snake necklace he's wearing. This is such a Medusa thing. Yes, I just saw the necklace.
That is because when you visualize your dream life, you unconsciously believe that it is unrealistic.
Oh my god, we'll just watch it.
There is no
time.
such
It's
thing
so
as a
good.
coincidence. The fact that you're watching this video
Yeah, she turns
means you
into
are
stone.
energetically aligned with me and this message. Your thoughts create your reality. But you already knew that, yet you still live a life that you dread.
Excuse me.
That is because when you visualize your dream life, you unconsciously...
She got turned into stone. She's still in that park to this day. Holy shit. Why did she scream? Because look at this. Look at this look. I don't know. It's fucking hilarious. It is so funny. That would get my ass too. And then he just goes right back. He just goes right back. Oh man. I just, well, everybody online is saying goodbye to TikTok. Dave Chappelle just said free Palestine in his monologue, but he also had a boner? What? I'm sorry. Excuse me. Gross. I don't think you're lying. I don't think you're lying at all. Okay.
Just be safe.
All right. So, yeah, that's really weird. Oh my God, he does have a boner. Oh, gross. Why does he have a fucking boner? Oh, maybe this is... what's going on? I don't know. Pants are too tight. They're too tight. Yeah. I know I didn't show it. I'm going to miss TikTok and book talk drama. I saw people talking about book talk in particular. Okay. So, okay. And Ashley, I will go over this author thing now that I didn't go over yesterday. But, oh, here's Dave. Okay. Hold on. Let me pull up the Dave clip. But people were saying like, oh, now that TikTok is banned, are people actually going to read books again? And book talk is crazy. All right. Book talk was a crazy, crazy corner of TikTok that I only even knew. I only knew like 1% of. There were a couple book talk things that I covered on stream, but book talk was crazy. However, book talk, TikTok, was a huge assist in getting people to go to stores like Barnes and Noble that were shutting down, right? Like that they were in trouble. Bookstores that were in trouble. And then TikTok, book talk, got people reading and buying books from bookstores. Like truly, it is like one part of this entire thing that I think is kind of that I think people who are saying stuff like, oh, do we think people will read now, are not aware of the positive impact that TikTok had on bookstores like Barnes and Nobles. But anyway, book talk was also just a crazy corner of TikTok where the literary world is like a soap opera. The goings on of A, the literary world, and B, people who are people who are on a place like Book Talk. It is crazy shit. It is so dramatic. It's like, seriously, if you're bored and you're like, okay, I could do with some crazy drama, just look up anything happening on Book Talk. Okay, so this is about an author who got caught putting ChatGPT in her book. Like, when I say crazy shit happening in the literary world on book, being duked out on Book Talk, please tell me I'm reading this wrong. Chapter 2, and this appears to have an AI note left in. Does this mean this book was AI written? Book, Casey Crown Dark Obsession. Is it a writing prompt? What does this mean? What do you mean an author was caught using AI for their novel because they left the ChatGPT prompt in the paragraph? Crazy. Like, here's the prompt at the bottom. Certainly, here's an advanced version of your passage, making Elena more relatable and injecting additional humor while providing a brief, sexy description of Grigori. Oh, man, that's why you proofread, okay? I mean, don't use AI in the first place, but that's especially why you proofread. If you're gonna use AI seriously, can you not be such a dummy? Yeah, if you don't want to write, you don't have to be a writer. Yes, hello. There is a job called ghostwriting, okay? It's people who will write for you if you pay them, and you can put your name on it. If you want to write a book, but you don't actually want to do any of the writing, you can hire a ghost. Yeah, you're telling me a ghost wrote this? For everyone wanting an update, she posted this on her Facebook explaining, "Hello, everyone. This is Casey Crown using my PA's Facebook." Firstly, she probably used ChatGPT on this too. Firstly, I want to say that I understand your frustrations. To think that an author that you have enjoyed reading has AI-generated books is understandably a cause for concern. I can assure everyone that all my books are written by me. I have been writing my books before AI came about. Yeah, you see, that's not an argument, okay? You can't be like, hey, I started doing this thing before this shortcut came, okay? Before this technology was introduced. So I haven't used this because I started writing before this technology was introduced. So just by, I don't know, by that logic, I certainly have never used this thing, even though I'm still writing, right? Like if you're someone who did all your writing before ChatGPT came out, then you can use that argument. You can be like, hey, my writing career was before ChatGPT. But when she puts out 4 books a month. Yeah. When you're publishing 4 books a month, first of all, even if she didn't have that passage in there, we know that you're not writing all that, okay? 4 books a month. Almost 50 books a year. Yeah, she's a savant. She is a savant. I can assure everyone that all my books are written by me. I've been writing my books before AI came about. I recently started the practice of using AI. Oh, okay. Using AI to make very minor edits. So here's the thing, babe. Using AI to make very minor edits, you're using AI. You're using AI. Okay. To be honest, I'm still learning about how best to use AI to make my reader's experience better. Here's the thing as a writer, how best to use AI, you don't use AI. Okay? The best way to use AI as an author is not using it. I can assure you that keeping my original voice strong is of utmost importance. I hope you can understand that enhancing the reader's experience is my ultimate goal. The fuck does that mean? The last thing I would want is for my books to not be competitive in the market. Finally, I take full responsibility for the error in the file. Hope you realize many of us now have you in a don't buy list. Look, minor fucking edits, man. Minor fucking edits. ChatGPT aside, I don't want to read a book from someone who doesn't take 2 minutes to proofread their writing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, dude, you didn't even check this. You did not check this. You did not proofread to make sure you didn't have the AI prompt in there. Look at her book titles. I'm sure they are insanely awesome. Yeah. Baby for Daddy's Friend. What? Baby for Daddy's Friend? Baby for the Mountain Man. If she's not using ChatGPT, I'm actually going to amend what I have said. I think she should. If this is what she's come up with, she should use ChatGPT. Junior for the Mountain Man. What the fuck does... What? Why? That's so weird. Knocked up by the Mountain Man. Who the fuck is the Mountain Man? Triplets for the Mountain Man. Why is this like a sexy, smutty photo of a guy holding a baby taken by the mountain man. Do you know the mountain man, the mountain man, the mountain man? Do you know the mountain man who lives on the mountain? The mountain man has triplets, triplets, triplets. The mountain man has triplets living on the mountain. Mountain man's secret baby. Mountain man's accidental surprise. Quadruplets for the mountain. Oh, I like how we're going up, okay? So we have baby for the mountain man. We've got triplets for the mountain man. I'm sure there's twins for the mountain man. We've got quadruplets for the mountain man. Mountain man's lucky charm. Mountain daddy's fate. Delivering his gifts. These are so weird. These photos are making me very uncomfortable. Mountain man's rival. Small town mountain daddy. Okay, here's Casey Crown, international best-selling author and Amazon top 8 U.S. bestseller. Dr. Daddy, Taboo Daddy, Daddy's best friend, Daddy's law, my ex-boyfriend's dad, Daddy's girl, my ex-best friend's daughter, Secret Daddy, Christmas with Dad's best friend, Vegas Daddy, Daddy's obsession, Royal Daddy, Irish King, my ex's dad, Daddy's orders, his demands, the arrangement, sold to my ex's dad, sexting the silver fox, nanny for the dawn. That's a lot of daddies in there. Yeah, this is giving breeding fetish. Do we think she likes daddies? I think she does. Yeah, look at, you know what? You know what? Sign me up. Quotes by, okay, here's some quotes. The world contracts to the space between us. Each kiss he plants on my skin, like a verse in the most intimate of poems. There's an artistry to his touch, an amazement in each caress that unravels me layer by layer until I'm raw and open, bared to the core of my being. Everyone or just her? She asked, pointing to Beth. I mean, she is your girlfriend, isn't she? Or are you just the baby daddy? My God, I cannot believe she said, are you just the baby daddy? That is fucking awful. Well, seems like it's over for Casey Crown. You know, I will say, though, that the people who are like, FYI, I will not be buying your books anymore. What was it about the books that were, what was about the books that you were drawn to in the first place? Right? Where you're like, that's it. You're not getting any more of my money. Okay, so this is the book that is what this is about. Dark obsession. Keep your distance, princess, or I'll be your ruin. I should listen. I'm Bratva royalty. Grigory Petrov is my brother's best friend. Older, scarred, lethal. I have desired him my entire life. When masked men crash my birthday, intent on making it my last, Grigory saves me. Now, in the shadows of a safe house, I become his obsession. They say a blood-stained enforcer will destroy me, but I'm ready to break every damn rule for him, because walking away from the only man who's ever made me feel alive isn't an option, especially when I'm carrying a secret that could tear us both apart. He makes my pussy pop. Okay, that was me at the end. I added that. That's a Caroline Kwan original. She already took down the Amazon link for the book. Damn! That is so sad. Who's rating this? I feel like this isn't real. 175 ratings, you know, this kind of thing is it's not real. It can't be. That was the best part though. What can I say? I know my way around words. No, I refuse to believe. I refuse to believe. Irish Doctor's Secret Babies, 2,292 ratings, 4.21. I refuse to believe. You can. It's being bought. It's bots. It's bots. It can't be real. Are you hitting your bell? It cannot. Yeah. Okay. I'm coming. Look at his little face. See, this is what happens when I don't get. Look at him. He's like, you hate me. You hate no. Mommy's just reading smut. Come on, TT boy. Not now. Not now. Mommy's busy. Not now. A tall, beefy doctor walks into a bar. No, it's not the start of a joke. It's how this all started. Oh. I didn't think that was the start of a joke. Yeah, if you are looking for something to read now that TikTok is gone. Irish Doctor's Secret Babies. Barney! See, this is what I mean by like good shit. Oh shit, I didn't mean to. Book Talk has given us a lot. You know? There's quite a few things that I have covered over the last 2 years of streaming that come from Book Talk. Beefy used unironically. Yeah. I remember when I was in college. When I was in college, I was in theater with this. I did theater with this girl, and one day I was at the bookstore, and I saw her. I saw her not because I saw her in person, but because I saw her on a bunch of like those kind of smutty book covers. And I didn't realize that she, as a side job, I mean, it paid shit, but as a side job, she would, like Wake used to do, would model for book covers that were all like Irish Doctor's Sexy Babies. I was like, okay, Slay. Okay, Slay, are we going to be going over the original Neil Gaiman Vulture article today? It covers important stuff, but it's a real rough read or not enough time left. I know, I was kind of thinking about that. I spent longer on TikTok. This is always what happens. I know. It is a very important a very important read, but it's very rough. It's very rough. It's very long, but I don't know how to like. It's one where I'm like, I think it is worth reading it. You know, I just am like, oh my God. Because there's his response, there's Amanda's response, there's the bigger conversation about, you know, separating art from the artist, celebrity worships, sexual abuse, and how it's determined now in a court of public opinion. Like there's a lot to that topic, and I have this whole week been like, okay, I want to cover the Neil Gaiman thing. And then every time I'm like, oh my God. Leftist Cooks did a long video about it. Will someone link me the video? Okay, I'm sorry. I hope this doesn't show his boner. I just want to listen to what he's. I don't think it's that. No, I don't really think you can see it here. I think it was when you were sitting down. I'm just trying to keep people from being distracted looking, so you can listen to what he's saying.
Palestinians were cheering him on, and when I saw that picture, it brought tears to my eyes. I said, I don't know if that's a good president, but that right there, I am sure, is a great man.
Great man.
It made me feel very proud.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is true about Jimmy Carter, right? Where Jimmy Carter was not a good president. To be fair, Jimmy Carter wasn't interested in playing the political game that is required when you are president. But there's, aside from that, there are things that Jimmy Carter did in his, he was a kind of a transitional president. And after Jimmy Carter, we got Reagan. And Jimmy Carter, things like deregulation. That Ronald Reagan just made so much worse, and that subsequent presidents since have only carried on the deregulatory policies that are a reason why airlines fucking suck today. But anyway, Jimmy Carter was a guy who, in his post-presidency, really was a humanitarian. And I think he spent many years as a humanitarian, almost in a way that, like, he seemed to recognize the sin that you incur from being president of the United States. And he was the president who was the most morally clear on Palestine, even though, of course, it was the years after he left office. But yeah, it felt like a real atonement, even though, being president of the United States by default makes you a fucking war criminal. But Jimmy Carter at least spent many years doing real respectable humanitarian work. Bro, and
good night.
Okay. Do not forget your humanity. Please have empathy for displaced people, whether they're in the Palisades or in Palestine. It's like, brother, how do you talk about having empathy and yet you continue to get up on your giant stage, okay, and shit on trans people? You, like, what right do you have to talk about humanity and empathy? It's very frustrating, I mean, it's something like, I get it. People can, people in their beliefs can be extremely hypocritical, right? One thing can be true, another thing can be true, and those two things can be at odds with one another. But it's just like, man, I wish you would do some introspection. It is cognitive dissonance. I mean, a lot of people do cognitive dissonance. Is he supposed to adhere to your every belief? Oh, you think this is about me? You think that I'm over here being like, Dave Chappelle should think every single thing that I think? Or do you not hear me when I'm calling out the cognitive dissonance, the hypocrisy on asking the audience to not forget their humanity, to please have empathy, when this is a guy who has nonstop attacked trans people, who is very transphobic, who has no empathy for the trans community. Shut up. Hush. This isn't about me. Anyway, no, I like, of course, you know, his comments on Palestine, great. I'm glad that he used the SNL stage and reminded people to like have empathy for those who are suffering in, you know, from the California wildfires and from the US Israeli sanctioned genocide. I think that's great, but I do think it's totally fucking fair and valid to point out that it is extremely dissonant to be saying that and not recognizing your own empathetic blind spots. I don't know, man. And I'm sorry too, like, I gotta be fucking real, okay? At this point, after 15 months of genocide, it is bare minimum to be like, hey, Palestinians are human beings. Ain't no special pats on the back, okay? I can say like, man, I'm glad that we have a rare moment of somebody using the SNL stage, and like the bar is so low that having a major celebrity say something about Palestine is still uncommon. Unfortunately, there are too many people who have not said a goddamn word about Palestine. However, it's like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, Dave Chappelle it's all forgiven, because one, I don't speak on behalf of the trans community, and two, no, I don't think that you saying, hey, Palestinians are human beings absolves you of other hateful shit that you've done. Okay, that's it. That's all. The bar is down in hell. Yeah. The bar is really fucking down in hell. Yeah. I just I don't know. It does feel like that whole I mean, I kind of feel similar about it in when I talk about dudes who you know, are feminists, right? Like, we should all be feminists. You know, men who treat women equally, men who aren't sexual abusers. I'm like, you don't get a cookie. You don't get a cookie for that. That is how you should be. That is bare minimum. And I know that people will be like, yeah, but, you know, careers, if you say something about Palestine, I'm not accepting that anymore. I gotta be honest. Like, when you're a person who's talked, especially when you've talked about other issues, when you do get into politics and you've said shit, zilch, nada about Palestine, ain't no way. Wait, I saw a really funny, it was like an Onion style satirical website, where it was like, guy who's avoided talking about Gaza for the last 15 months finally shares a post that says, glad we got a ceasefire achieved, and then wants a pat on the back. It's like, guy who said, oh, I can't do it because I can't talk about Gaza because my mental health, or I can't talk about Gaza because, you know, I'm blah, 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 whatever. People talking about Palestine signals that the trend is going towards the dismantling the apartheid system. Not that they're good people. Most celebrities are trend chasers, and people in media know that the majority that matters are empathetic towards the pain of others and marked for life regarding the. Yeah, no, but the thing is that there are a lot of people who will be like, oh, they mentioned Palestine. And there is like a reverence towards them, right? Like there is a, there's this tendency to want to, especially somebody who's guilty of bad behavior, or somebody who's been a piece of shit in other regards. And it's like, oh, well, they did speak on behalf of Palestine. And I agree that more people speaking about Palestine indicates that the propaganda machine has come undone, and it is a good thing, right? The last 15 months is the biggest is the biggest it's ever been in terms of awareness and in terms of support. I guess it's just like I guess to me, you know, please have empathy for displaced people, whether they are in the Palisades or in Palestine. It's like, Jesus Christ, that is something that every single person should be able to say. I don't know. I'm just like, yeah, it should be noted Israel is still murdering Palestinians in Gaza. It isn't over until it is over. Right. I mean, that is that's just the brutal reality. Especially since basic platitudes about Palestine can often come from people who think it's a both sides are a problem issue. Right, like the most they will say is like people have been like people have been displaced in Palestine, or you know, whatever. I think it's fair not to praise a piece of shit just because he said something you agree with. Yeah, anywho. Okay, we get the point. All right. What was the video again? Leftist something talking about Neil Gaiman, celebrity worship.
What's going on?
When Your Hero's a Monster, a video about Neil Gaiman, kind of. This is from Leftist Cooks. It's an hour and a half. All right, maybe we'll watch like... Did you finish the AOC thing? I did. Yeah, it wasn't too long. I've been afraid to learn about this. I know. So this video is from a month and a half ago. So it doesn't cover the deep dive of allegations against Neil Gaiman. The allegations first surfaced in the summer. I think a lot of people were kind of wanting to see more sources that didn't feel like they were treating this in an exploitative manner. You know, the podcast Tortoise Media that gave it a real true crime feel. And it's not that people were like, I don't believe these. It's not that people who are sympathetic to victims of sexual abuse weren't like, I don't believe these allegations. They were just like, I would like there to be another source that is not that's not presenting the story in this way. And so that's why a couple days ago when I first mentioned Neil Gaiman, I was like, it is so important how sexual assault, sexual abuse allegations are reported on. It is so, so crucial that the people who report that write and report on these allegations are equipped to do so, that they have the understanding and the experience because of the sensitive nature. Unfortunately, there have been instances like when the Aziz Ansari, when Grace, the woman who said that Aziz Ansari had pressured her, that she felt coerced, that was broken by Babe Media, and it was atrociously reported on, and so she didn't stand a chance in the court of public opinion. So the podcast had trash journalism elements, but if you listen to it, it had the actual women telling their stories. That is the value of the pod. I'm just explaining. I'm explaining that the reason, if you're like, wait, but I thought we knew about this summer, why are people talking about this now? The allegations came out in the summer. It's not that people didn't think that they were true. They weren't like, I don't believe it. But they were waiting for additional reporting on the allegations. And that is what happened earlier this week. And so that is why this has now this has been a major story this week that people are talking about. Josh Richards' last TikTok post would really be fun for chat, especially you. Sorry? Okay. Anyway. Okay, I think I will read the piece. Okay. All right. Okay. And then this leftist cooks video is great. It is an hour and a half. The podcast also had ulterior motives too. They are proponents of JK, who Neil had previously butted heads with over trans stuff. Yes, there was an issue of there being TERFs associated with the podcast, and it did muddy the water. Anyway, yeah. So the Vulture article dropped, and then that is what caused Neil Gaiman to respond, as well as Amanda Palmer, who was heavily covered in the story as well. Okay. I'm going to pee first. Wasn't Boris Johnson's sister very opportunistic about first reports of the allegations? Yes, Boris Johnson's sister was involved with it. Go piss, girl. Okay, hold on. Got to get back. Hi, TT boy. Hi, T. Look at this hot dog. Look at this hot dog. All right. This little hot dog. Okie dokie. All right. We are going to cover the article. Yes, this is a big trigger warning on the Neil Gaiman allegations as reported by Vulture. Okay. If people start to get really annoying in chat, we're going to go into emo only mode. Okay. So I will warn you that the details in this story are really fucked up. And it's why a lot of the internet has been reeling in the past week, because Neil Gaiman is extremely popular. He is a best-selling fantasy author. He has so many film and TV projects too that are adaptations of his work. The second season of Sandman, I think, is coming out. I'm not really familiar with Neil Gaiman also, except for Coraline. I was a big fan of Coraline, and I always loved that it was like my name but mixed around. And yet I know the place in fantasy culture that Neil Gaiman has. Most of it is very journalistic tone, but there are instances of direct quotes that are very rough. Yes. I was also on a Neil Gaiman show. That was a Neil Gaiman show? Shut up. Not only is Gaiman popular, he's popular with queer and marginalized people, but especially because he made a place for women in comics with Sandman. Yes. And that is something that we will discuss, is how... we see this often, that abusive men who are self-appointed male feminists, who, if they are, in media, in the culture, have created these like safe spaces for women, for queer people in their work, and how it feels especially like betrayal. But one reason that this seems to be something that we see often, where a man who has staked a lot of his career, or like throughout his career been praised for being an ally, turns out to be an abuser. And often that is because they have the language, first of all, the language that can make abuse confusing for the victim. And because of their reputation too, their reputation preceding them, where if you are victimized by a man who is like a feminist, who is like supposed to be one of the good guys, and you're like, wait a second, this can't be right, this can't be right, because that's not how this guy, that's not what his reputation is. So anywho, he also embedded himself into Tumblr culture and gained a lot of trust that way. Yeah, one thing I would like to say is Neil Gaiman is now trying to pretend like he's really not online, like he's not on social media and stuff. I'm like, I don't think that is the case, actually. I think in a part of his statement, he's pretty much saying like he is not very much online. And from my understanding, it's the opposite. All right. So, how the best-selling fantasy author Neil Gaiman hid the darkest parts of himself for decades. It's by Lila Shapiro. Scarlett Pavlovich was a 22-year-old drama student when she met the performer Amanda Palmer by chance on the streets of Auckland. It was a gray, drizzly afternoon in June 2020, and Palmer, then 44, was walking down the street with the actress Lucy Lawless, one of the most famous people in New Zealand, owing to her 6-season stint portraying Xena the Warrior Princess. But Pavlovich noticed only Palmer. She had watched her TED Talk, The Art of Asking, and was fascinated by the cult-famous feminist writer and musician, by her unabashed self-assurance. On the surface, Pavlovich appeared to be self-assured as well. A local girl, she had dropped out of high school at 15 to travel to Europe, Morocco, and the Middle East on the cheap, pausing in Scotland, where Tilda Swinton gave her a scholarship to attend her Steiner School, Drumdoon, and London to work in the cabaret scene. Eventually, her visa expired and she ran out of money, and so in 2019, she returned to Auckland, where she enrolled in an acting school and took a job at a perfumery. Pale and dark-haired and waifish, she favored bold colors and outrageous outfits. On the day that she met Palmer, on most days then, she had painted a triangle of translucent silver beneath her lower lashes, so it looked as though she had been crying tears of glitter. It was Pavlovich who approached Palmer on the sidewalk outside the perfumery. She was surprised when Palmer texted her a few days later. "It's Amanda D. Palmer," she wrote, "your new friend." Palmer, an obsessive chronicler of her own life in songs, poems, blog posts, and a memoir, got her start as half of the punk cabaret band, the Dresden Dolls. But she is perhaps more famous for her ability to attract a tight-knit and devoted following wherever she goes. In 2012, she became the first musician to raise more than $1 million on Kickstarter, and later became one of Patreon's most successful artists. As Palmer explained in her book, The Art of Asking, part memoir, part manifesto, on the virtues of asking for assistance of various kinds, she had built her entire career on messy exchanges of goodwill and the swapping of favors. Out of this mess, she argues, a utopian sort of community formed. There was no distinction between fans and friends. Over the following year and a half, Palmer and Pavlovich occasionally met for a drink or a meal. Palmer offered Pavlovich tickets to her show, invited her to parties for the Patreon community at her house on nearby Waiheke Island, a lush bohemian retreat with vineyards, golden beaches, and more than 60 helipads to accommodate the billionaires who vacationed there. Sometimes Palmer asked Pavlovich for favors, help running errands or organizing files or looking after her child. Pavlovich was happy to assist. She had a crush on Palmer. She didn't mind that Palmer only occasionally discussed paying her, even though Pavlovich was always strapped for cash. For Pavlovich, who was estranged from her family and without a safety net, okay, so someone who is maybe vulnerable, Palmer filled a deeper need. In November 2020, Palmer invited her to hang out at her place for a weekend with a group of local artists. At the gathering, Palmer asked Pavlovich to babysit while she got a massage. Early the next morning, Pavlovich wrote a diary entry about the easy intimacy she had felt in Palmer's sun-drenched home, where she had read to Palmer's son, who was 5 at the time, their limbs entwined. The years absent of touch build up like a gray inheritance. I am hungry. I am so fucking famished. On February 1st, 2022, Palmer texted Pavlovich and asked if she wanted to spend the weekend babysitting, which would mean bouncing back and forth between her house and her husband's. Pavlovich had never met Palmer's husband, from whom she was separated, though of course she knew who he was. Neil Gaiman, the acclaimed British fantasist and author of nearly 50 books, including American Gods and Coraline, and the comic book series The Sandman, whose work has sold more than 50 million copies worldwide. Gaiman and Palmer had arrived in New Zealand in March 2020, but just weeks later, their 9-year marriage collapsed and Gaiman skipped town, breaking COVID protocols to fly to his home on the Isle of Skye. Now he had returned and was living in a house near Palmer's on Waiheke. Their previous nanny had recently left, and they needed help. Pavlovich agreed and was pleased when Palmer offered to pay her for the weekend's work. Around 4 in the afternoon on February 4th, Pavlovich took the ferry from Auckland to Waiheke, then sat on a bus and walked through the woods until she arrived at Gaiman's house, an asymmetrical A-frame of dark burnished wood with picture windows overlooking the sea. Palmer had arranged a playdate for the child, so not long after Pavlovich arrived, she found herself alone in the house with the author. For a little while, Gaiman worked in his office while she read on the couch. Then he emerged and offered her a tour of the grounds. A striking figure at 61, his wild black curls threaded with strands of silver, the author picked a fig, her favorite fruit, and handed it to her. Around 8 p.m., they sat down for pizza. Gaiman poured Pavlovich a glass of rosé and then another. He drank only water. They made awkward conversation about New Zealand, about COVID. Pavlovich had never read any of his work, but she was anxious to make a good impression. After she had cleaned up their plates, Gaiman noted that there was still time before they would have to pick up his son from the playdate. "I have had a thought," she recalls him saying. "Why don't you have a bath in the beautiful claw bathtub in the garden? It's absolutely enchanting." Pavlovich told Gaiman that she was fine as she was, but ultimately agreed. He needed to make a work call, he said, and didn't want Pavlovich to be bored. Okay, I'm just going to stop there momentarily. This is already something where we haven't even gotten into it, but I think a lot of us can recognize this moment, right? This is a moment where you don't want to do something, but your employer or somebody who has power over you, or you just don't want to, you don't want to like get off on the wrong foot, is pushing you to do it, right? Like this is already a situation where Pavlovich doesn't want to do something, but is urged into doing it, right? Is like, no, you should do this. Okay, so just to kind of set the tone here. Gaiman led Pavlovich down a stone path into the garden to an old-fashioned tub with a roll top and walked away. She got undressed and sank into the bath, looking up at the furry magenta blossoms of the Pohatukawa tree overhead. A few minutes later, she was surprised to hear Gaiman's footsteps on the stones in the dark. She tried to cover her breasts with her arms. When he arrived at the bath, she saw that he was naked. Gaiman put out a couple of citronella candles, lit them, and got into the bath. He stretched out, facing her, and for a few minutes made small talk. He bitched about Palmer's schedule. He talked about his kids' school. Then he told her to stretch her legs and get comfortable. I said no. I said I'm not confident with my body, Pavlovich recalls. He said, "It's okay. It's only me. Just relax. Just have a chat." She didn't move. He looked at her again and said, "Don't ruin the moment." She did as instructed, and he began to stroke her feet. At that point, she recalls, she felt a subtle terror. Gaiman asked her to sit on his lap. Pavlovich stammered out a few sentences. She was gay. She had never had sex. She had been sexually abused by a 45-year-old man when she was 15. Gaiman continued to press. The next part is really amorphous, Pavlovich tells me. But I can tell you that he put his fingers straight into my ass and tried to put his penis in my ass. And I said, no. Then he tried to rub his penis between my breasts, and I said no as well. Then he asked if he could come on my face, and I said no, but he did anyway. He said, "Call me master, and I will come." He said, "Be a good girl. You're a good little girl." Ugh. Afterward, Pavlovich crouched down in the water and tried to clean herself off. Gaiman looked at her and smiled. "Amanda told me I couldn't have you," Pavlovich recalls him saying. As soon as he had heard this, he knew he had to have her. "God," he continued, "I wish it were the good old days where we could both fuck you." Oof da. Alrighty. So there's a lot of details here that are really disturbing, but also what, like, just the details about Pavlovich herself. She was sexually abused. This is a girl who is financially strapped. She is the person with the least amount of power in this situation. She is gay. She's a virgin, right? There's just so much about this that it just all adds up to no. Right? In The Sandman, the DC comic book series that ran from 1989 to 1996 and made Gaiman famous, he tells a story about a writer named Richard Maddock. After Maddock's first book proves a success, he sits down to write his second and finds that he can't come up with a single decent idea. This difficulty recedes after he accepts an unusual gift from an older author. A naked woman of a kind who has been kept locked in a room in his house for 60 years. She is Calliope, the youngest of the 9 muses. Madoc rapes her again and again, and his career blossoms in the most extraordinary way. A stylish young beauty tells him how much she loved his characterization of a strong female character, prompting him to remark, "Actually, I do tend to regard myself as a feminist writer." His downfall comes only when the titular hero, the Sandman, also known as the Prince of Stories, frees Calliope from bondage. A being of boundless charisma and creativity, the Sandman rules the dreaming, the realm we visit in our sleep, where stories are spun. Older and more powerful than the most powerful gods, he can reward us with exquisite delights or punish us with unending nightmares, depending on what he feels we deserve. To punish the rapist, the Sandman floods Madoc's mind with such a wild torrent of ideas that he is powerless to write them down, let alone profit from them. As allegations of Gaiman's sexual misconduct emerged this past summer, some observers noticed Gaiman and Madoc have certain things in common. Like Madoc, Gaiman has called himself a feminist. Like Madoc, Gaiman has racked up major awards for Gaiman Awards in science fiction and fantasy, as well as dozens of prizes for contemporary novels, short stories, poetry, television, and film, helping make him, according to several sources, a millionaire many times over. And like Madoc, Gaiman has come to be seen as a figure who transcended and transformed the genres in which he wrote, first comics, then fantasy and children's literature. But for most of his career, readers identified him not with the rapist who shows up in a single issue, but with the Sandman, the inexhaustible fountain of story. One of Gaiman's greatest gifts as a storyteller was his voice, a warm and gentle instrument that he had tuned through elocution lessons as a boy in East Grinstead, 30 miles south of London. In America, people mistakenly assumed he was an English gentleman. He spoke very slowly in a hypnotic way, says one of his former students at the fantasy writing workshop Clarion. He wrote that way too, with rhythm and restraint, lulling you into a trance in the way that a bard might have done with a lyre. Another gift was his memory. He has libraries full of books memorized. One of his old friends tells me, noting that he could recall the page numbers of his... What the fuck? He could recall the page numbers of his favorite passages and recite them verbatim. His vast collection was eclectic enough to encompass both a box of comics, Spider-Man Silver Surfer, from his boyhood, and the works of Oscar Wilde that he received as a gift for his bar mitzvah. For the Sandman, a forgotten DC property he had been hired to dust off and polish up, Gaiman gave the hero a makeover, replacing his green suit, fedora, and gas mask with the leather armor of an angsty goth, and surrounded him with characters drawn from the books that he could pull off the shelves in his head, from timeless icons like Shakespeare and Lucifer to the obscure San Francisco eccentric Joshua Abraham Norton. Norman Mailer called it a comic strip for intellectuals. Gaiman and the Sandman shared a penchant for dressing in black, a shock of unruly black hair, and an erotic power seldom possessed by authors of comic books and fantasy novels. A descendant of Polish Jewish immigrants, Gaiman had gotten his start in the 80s as a journalist for hire in London, covering Duran Duran, Lou Reed, and other brooding lords of rock, and in the world of comic conventions, he was the closest thing there was to that archetype. Women would turn up to his signings dressed in the elaborate Victorian goth attire of his characters and beg him to sign their breasts or slip him key cards to their hotel rooms. One writer recounts running into Gaiman at a World Fantasy Convention in 2011. His assistant wasn't around and he was late to a reading. "I can't get to it if I walk by myself," he told her. As they made their way through the convention side by side, the whole floor full of people tilted and slid toward him, she says. They wanted to be entwined with him in ways I was not prepared to defend him against. A woman fell to her knees and wept. People who flock to fantasy conventions and signings make up an inherently vulnerable community, one of Gaiman's former friends, a fantasy writer, tells me. They wrap themselves around a beloved text so it becomes their self-identity. They want to share their souls with the creators of these works. And if you have morality around it, you say no. It was an open secret in the late 90s and early aughts among convention goers that Gaiman cheated on his first wife, Mary McGrath, a private Midwestern Scientologist that he had married in his early 20s. Oh yes, Because wait till you find out that Neil Gaiman grew up in the Church of Scientology, and I think that provides some illuminating context to who he is. But in my conversations with Gaiman's old friends, collaborators, and peers, nearly all of them told me that they never imagined that Gaiman's affairs could have been anything but enthusiastically consensual. As one prominent editor in the field puts it, the one thing I hear again and again, largely from women, is he was always nice to me. He was always a gentleman. The writer Kelly Link, who met Gaiman at a reading in 1997, recalls finding him charmingly goofy. He was hapless in a way that was kind of exasperating, she says, but also made him seem very harmless. Yeah. Someone who had a sexual relationship with Gaiman in the aughts recalls him flipping through questions that fans wrote on cards at a Q&A session. Once a fan asked if she could be his sex slave. He read it aloud and said, "Well, no." He would be very demure. But there was some who saw another side of the author. One woman, Brenda, a pseudonym, met Gaiman in the 90s at a signing for The Sandman where she was working. This is so often how it is. Because monsters, because abusers, and yes, these are allegations, but I'm saying in general, are not people who abuse every person that they've met. They are not monsters to every person that they met, which is why you'll always hear the same comments of, well, he was very kind to me. He is, he was always a gentleman to me. Well, he wasn't abusive to me. Well, I didn't, I just knew good stuff about him. And somebody like that, it doesn't cancel out their ability to be someone else's monster, to be someone else's abuser. It's why they're called predators. They look for vulnerable people. Everyone else gets treated normal. Okay, so on signing lines, Gaiman had a knack for connecting with each individual. He would ask questions, laugh, and assure them that their inability to form sentences was fine. After the Sandman signing at a dinner attended by those who had worked the event, Gaiman sat next to Brenda. Everyone wanted to be near him, but he was laser focused on me, she says. A few years later, Brenda traveled to Chicago to attend the World Horror Convention, where Gaiman received the top prize for American Gods, the book that cemented him as a best-selling novelist. The night after the award ceremony, she and Gaiman ended up in bed together. As soon as they began to hook up, the feeling that had drawn her to him, the magical spell of his interest in her individuality, vanished. He seemed to have a script, she tells me. He wanted me to call him Master immediately. He demanded that she promise him her soul. It was like he had gone into this ritual that had nothing to do with me. This past July, a British podcast produced by Tortoise Media broke the news that 2 women had accused Gaiman of sexual assault. To this point, the article makes a point that it seemed Gaiman went after a specific type of woman, physically and emotionally. This might explain why some women felt safe in his presence and never experienced abuse from him. Yeah, and we've seen this a bunch of times, right? This is not something that is new. Okay. Since then, more women have shared allegations of assault, coercion, and abuse. The podcast Master, reported by Paul Corona Galizia and Rachel Johnson, tells the stories of 5 of them. Gaiman's perspective on these relationships, including with Pavlovich, is that they were entirely consensual. I spoke with 4 of these women along with 4 others whose stories share elements with theirs. I also reviewed contemporaneous diary entries, texts and emails with friends, messages between Gaiman and the women, and police correspondence. Most of the women were in their 20s when they met Gaiman. The youngest was 18. 2 of them worked for him. 5 were his fans. With one exception, an allegation of forcible kissing from 1986, when Gaiman was in his mid-20s. The stories take place when Gaiman was in his 40s or older, a period in which he lived among the US, the UK, and New Zealand. By then, he had a reputation as an outspoken champion of women. Gaiman insists on telling the stories of people who are traditionally marginalized, missing, or silenced in literature, wrote Tara Prescott Johnson in the essay collection Feminism in the Worlds of Neil Gaiman. Although his books abounded with stories of men torturing, raping, and murdering women, this was largely perceived as evidence of his empathy. Catherine Kendall was 22 when she met Gaiman in 2012. She was volunteering at one of his events in Asheville, North Carolina, and he invited her to join him a few days later at an after party for another event, where he then kissed her. The two struck up a flirtatious correspondence, emailing and Skyping in the middle of the night. Kendall didn't want to have sex with Gaiman, and on one of their calls, she told him this. Afterwards, she recorded his reply in her diary. He had no designs on me beyond flirty friendship, and I believe him thoroughly. She had grown up listening to his audiobooks, she later told Papillon de Boer, the host of the podcast Am I Broken? And then that same voice that told me those beautiful stories when I was a kid was telling me the story that I was safe and that we were just friends and that he wasn't a threat. At a reading 10 months later, Gaiman suggested that Kendall and 2 other girls wait for him on his tour bus so they could all hang out after he was done signing. Like, that is already inappropriate, okay? It is inappropriate for the dynamics that are in existence between Neil Gaiman and these young female fans, okay? Like, that is not okay. When Gaiman showed up, he pulled Kendall into the back of the bus and lay on top of her. He kept saying, "Kiss me like you mean it," Kendall remembers. She tried to get into it, but she was panicked. Eventually, Gaiman rolled off her. "I'm a very wealthy man," she remembers him saying, "and I'm used to getting what I want." Years later, Gaiman gave Kendall $60,000 to pay for therapy in an attempt, as he put it in a recorded phone call, to make up some of the damage. Gaiman had been having sexual encounters with younger fans for a long time. Kendra Stout was 18 when in 2003 she drove 4.5 hours to Fort Lauderdale, Florida to see Gaiman read from Endless Nights, a follow-up to The Sandman. She met him in the signing line. Gaiman sent her long emails and bought her a web camera so they could chat on video. Like, I just want to point out that there are multiple allegations against Neil Gaiman, right? Allegations from multiple women, but that is not the totality of the women he slept with when it was inappropriate, okay? A handful of them have made serious allegations, but that is not to say that those are the only interactions that would constitute as abusive or as inappropriate, right? This is one of the most famous fantasy authors in the world, okay? An older man who was having sex with his young female fans. Kendra met Gaiman in the signing line. Gaiman sent her a long email. Okay, blah, blah. Around 3 years after they met, he flew to Orlando to take her on a date. He invited her back to his hotel room, put on a playlist of love songs, and held her down with one hand. Gaiman didn't believe in foreplay or lubrication, Stout tells me, which could make sex particularly painful. When she said it hurt too much, he'd tell her the problem was she wasn't submissive enough. He talked at length about the dominant and submissive relationship that he wanted out of me, she tells me. Stout had no prior interest in BDSM. She says Gaiman never asked what she liked in bed, and there was no discussion of safe words or aftercare or limits. He'd ask her to call him master and beat her with his belt. These were not sexy little taps, she says. When she told him she didn't like it, she says he replied, "It's the only way I can get off." All right, so this is going to be a recurring thing with allegations against Gaiman, and what he says, like what he alludes to, what he owns up to in his statement is that he is into BDSM. But here's the thing about BDSM, okay? And this is like something that the BDSM community has tried to be so vocal about for years. BDSM requires enthusiastic consent. This is not BDSM. Just because one person is into BDSM type of sex, it does not make it BDSM when there is no consent and there is no communication. That is what BDSM requires, okay? Because of what BDSM entails. So this is where things, again, it's like, once we get through this piece, we can talk more, but there are people who will be like, well, he didn't know. Okay. All right. So maybe he's, he did. It's basically talking about the intent, right? But the problem is that this is most of sexual assault. This is most of sexual abuse. Where do you think that the person who's doing it is like, yes, I am a rapist and I am trying to rape? Or is it that they are using their power, they are coercing, which is which so essentially no, someone doesn't have to like have the intent on I am raping this person, like I want to abuse this, like they're being conscious of the fact that they're abusing for it to be abuse still. So Gaiman told Stout that he had been introduced to these practices by a woman who he'd met in his early 30s who had asked him to whip her pussy. At the time, he claimed to Stout he was such a naive Englishman that he thought she meant her cat. Then she handed him a flogger. You're wrong about BDSM. Oh, am I? What am I wrong about? You think BDSM doesn't require consent and communication? You think that one person can be like, no, I'm doing BDSM. I'm going to beat you because that's what I like with sex, even if the other person has not consented to it. Okay. So, yeah, self-report there. I hope that you're locked up in a room and you'll never be around another human being. I know, guys. I know, bait, but also there are a lot of people who think this way. Okay? That's why I have to keep covering this type of stuff. Okay? There are a lot of people who have a horrible understanding of what sexual abuse is. Like, if there weren't plenty of people, if the court of public opinion did not have these views towards sexual assault, then I wouldn't have to keep talking about this stuff. We wouldn't keep having these conversations over and over again. All right. So he was introduced to this woman and she handed him a flogger and told him to use it on her vagina. This is what gets me off now, Stout recalls him saying. A similar anecdote shows up in an interview that Gaiman gave for a 2022 biography of Kathy Acker, the late experimental punk writer Gaiman befriended in his 20s, but he offers a different account of how it affected him. When Acker asked him to whip her pussy, he found it profoundly unsexual, he told the interviewer. I did it and ran away. He identified himself as very vanilla. In 2007, Gaiman and Stout took a trip to the Cornish countryside. On their last night there, Stout developed a UTI that had gotten so bad she couldn't sit down. She told Gaiman they could fool around, but any penetration would be too painful to bear. It was a big hard no, she says. I told him, you cannot put anything in my vagina or I will die. Gaiman flipped her over on the bed, she says, and attempted to penetrate her with his fingers. She told him no. He stopped for a moment and then he penetrated her with his penis. At that point, she tells me, I just shut down. She lay on the bed until he was finished. This past October, she filed a police report alleging that he raped her. According to the podcast, which quoted Gaiman through his representatives, his position was that sexual degradation, bondage, domination, sadism, and masochism may not be to everyone's taste, but between consenting adults, BDSM is lawful. That's true. Between consenting adults, BDSM is lawful. But you know what needs to be put in place? The fucking consent. The fucking consenting adults need to be a part of this equation. Gaiman declined to speak with me despite multiple requests, and through a legal rep, he responded to some claims. If you know nothing about BDSM, Gaiman's claim that he was engaging in it with these women may sound plausible, at least in some cases. The kind of domineering violence he inflicted on them is common among people who practice BDSM, And all of the women at some point played along, calling him their master, texting him afterward that they needed him, even writing that they loved and missed him. But there is a crucial difference between BDSM and what GAIMAN was doing. An acronym for bondage and discipline, dominance and submission, and sadism masochism, BDSM is a culture with a set of long-standing norms, the most important of which is that all parties must eagerly and clearly consent to the overall dynamic as well as to each act before they engage in it. That is so important, okay? This is not a, hey, you want to do some BDSM? Sure, let's do some BDSM. Every single act of BDSM that you do has to be agreed on, has to be ahead of time, enthusiastically consented to. And at any point, yeah, this is why we call them safe words, okay? At any point, if you give a safe word or you say stop, like whatever, okay? It must stop. These are long-standing practices in the BDSM community. And I have talked to friends of mine who like go to BDSM conventions and they talk about how there is so much misinformation or like misunderstanding and why, you know, you'll have people now who are defending Neil Gaiman because they're like, he was just into freaky shit. Oh, what? So you're kink shaming now? You're kink? I thought we didn't kink shame. He's into freaky shit. He's into BDSM. That's so what now? He's a rapist? You're wrong about BDSM. I'll be happy to talk to you about it. No, I'm good. Consent is top priority always. Okay, so we agree. We agree. And no, I'm not interested in talking to you, random chatter, about BDSM. Thanks, though. Okay, anyway, this is as many practitioners, including sex educators like Dossie Easton and Janet W. Hardy, who wrote some of the defining texts of the subculture, have stressed over decades is the defining line that separates BDSM from abuse. And it was a line that Gaiman, according to the women, did not respect. Is the chatter Neil Gaiman? Yeah. Two of the women who have never spoken to each other compared him to an anglerfish. That is amazing that two women separately called him the same thing. They called him an anglerfish, the deep-sea predator that uses a bulb of bioluminescence to lure prey into its jaws. Instead of a light, one says, he would dangle a floppy-haired, soft-spoken British guy. After Gaiman got into the bathtub with Pavlovich, she retreated to Palmer's house, which was vacant at the time. She sat in the shower for an hour, crying, and then got into Palmer's bed and began to search the internet for clues. This part is heartbreaking. Began to search the internet for clues that might explain what had happened to her. She Googled Me Too and Neil Gaiman. Nothing. The only negative stories she found were about how he had broken COVID lockdown rules in 2020 and had been forced to apologize to the people of the Isle of Skye for endangering their lives. Okay, so, you know, the next part of this, really the rest of the report here is going to showcase how when you are a victim of abuse, it is a confusing experience. People do not behave in a way that someone on the internet thinks makes sense, okay? Abuse, like, fucks with your brain chemistry. It gets worse. It does get worse. But I'm trying to disclaimer because I know that people are already going to be like, she took selfies when she got raped, or like she went back to him, or like blah, 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 blah. And this is what is so hard, but so necessary, and why, like, so hard with these stories to cover them, to have these conversations, because sexual assault is a confusing experience. And if you have been sexually assaulted, you understand this very, very well. You know the things that your brain will do to convince yourself that you were not sexually assaulted. You also know how society treats victims of sexual assault. And so it's, you know, you have to find a way to, like, not be a victim. Do you think that people who have been raped want to admit that they have been raped? No. When you have been sexually assaulted, you will try and do a lot to convince yourself that no, you were not sexually assaulted. And it's why a lot of people, especially as we've had these conversations, you know, as we've talked about these, as we've talked about consent, as we've talked about misconceptions around sexual violence, as we've talked about the stigmatization, you know, how rape culture is so prevalent and how rape culture normalizes rape. We talk about how, like, the media depicts rape as one way, and so most rape is not that, right? Most rape is not a stranger in a dark alley. It is somebody that you know, and it's in this very, like, gray area, okay? It's not like, you know, rape as it has historically been depicted in media. And so when you are sexually assaulted, but it doesn't fit that very narrow understanding, like our cultural understanding of it, when, you know, it goes off script, then it can be very confusing to process. And you can be like, oh, okay, well, what happened to me isn't what I thought rape was, you know, what I've been told it is, and so I guess that didn't happen to me. So it's very hard because, you know, when a big story like the Neil Gaiman allegations breaks, it kind of results in a mini Me Too, where victims of sexual assault see the responses that people are having online, because all of this stuff is debated in the court of public opinion. And we know that there's always going to be people who are more than happy to say that woman is lying. That is not sexual assault, blah, 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 who wants to die on the hill of protecting abusers. And so there's always a sort of mini Me Too where people are sharing their stories, right? Victims of sexual assault talking about how long they were in denial, talking about how it took them years to process what had happened to them, the reasons why. It's like you believe rape is something that happens to other people, not you, though. Exactly. There are many reasons why victims of sexual assault cannot process or do not want to process their experiences. And unfortunately, when you are a victim and you are having trouble coming to terms with what happened to you, it opens you up to being a victim again. A lot of people, unfortunately, horrifically, are victims many times over because something bad that happens to you and you don't recognize that it's bad, or it takes you a long time to recognize it's bad, then it's more likely that it can happen again because you don't know how to advocate for yourself. You don't know how, you haven't processed that this is abuse. Okay. So she looked up Neil Gaiman and Me Too, found nothing, which is just, it's like, oh man, you can just, it's sad. It's very, very sad that she's like, well, I don't see anything bad on this guy. So like, maybe it's like, I can really understand this mindset. Okay. At the end of the weekend, Palmer texted Pavlovich to say how pleased she was to see Pavlovich and her child get along. The universe is a karmic mystery, Palmer wrote. We nourish each other in the most random and unpredictable ways. Okay, in case you missed the earlier part of the story, Palmer, that is Amanda Palmer, that is Neil Gaiman's ex-wife, who was the first one to have to bring Pavlovich into their lives. Palmer asked if she could babysit again. She needed so much help. Would Pavlovich consider staying with them for the foreseeable future? Pavlovich was living in a sublet that was about to end. She was broke and hadn't been able to find a new apartment. She had been homeless at the start of the pandemic when the perfumery closed and had ended up crashing on the beach in a friend's sleeping bag on and off for the first 2 weeks of lockdown. The thought of returning to the beach filled her with dread. She didn't consider reaching out to her own family. Her parents had divorced when she was 3. Pavlovich had grown up splitting time between their households. Violence, Pavlovich tells me, was normalized in the household. One close family member beat her with a belt. Another would strangle Pavlovich when she got upset and slap her across the face until her cheeks were raw. She began to regularly cut her arms and wrists with a knife when she was 11. She became bulimic, then anorexic. By 13, Pavlovich had grown so thin she ended up in a psychiatric unit at Auckland Children's Hospital and spent weeks on a feeding tube. When she was 15, she left home and never went back. In the years since, she had been looking for a new family, but many of the people she'd encountered in that search turned out to be abusive as well. After all of this, Amanda Palmer was an actual creature sent from a celestial realm. It was like hallelujah, Pavlovich tells me. Palmer was famous for speaking out about sexual abuse, encouraging others to do the same. In songs and essays, she had written of having been sexually assaulted and raped on multiple occasions as a teenager and young woman. Pavlovich didn't think that someone like that could be married to someone who would assault women. This is another thing that is sadly all too true, right? Where somebody is either a feminist or, they're married to someone who is a feminist, who's in, whole careers about speaking out for victims, that they've talked about their own experiences. And they're like, there's no way that person could be married to a monster. There's no way. Like, these are the mental gymnastics. This is the work that your brain does to convince yourself that what happened to you was not abuse, that what happened to you was not wrong. Sexual abuse is one of the most confusing forms of violence that a person can experience. The majority of people who have endured it do not immediately recognize it as such. Some never do. You are not thinking in a linear or logical fashion. Okay, one thing I've noticed is, like, whenever you have, especially with women, when they're like talking about how Me Too is evil and blah, 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 blah. And sometimes they'll be like, oh yeah, well that happened. Everybody's had that, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you do recognize that that is sexual abuse. Like, you can, it's like they are saying it without acknowledging, without understanding that what happened to them was assault, was abuse. And they're using that as a way to be like, this is all bullshit. Men are being targeted. Women are lying. You're not thinking in a linear or logical fashion, but the mind is trying to process it in the ways that it can. Whatever had happened in the bath, she had been through worse and survived, she thought. And Gaiman and Palmer were offering her the possibility of a shared future. Palmer's vision of herself as the central figure of a utopian community could, according to some of her friends, make her careless with the young, impressionable women she invited into her and her husband's lives. Her idealism could blind her to reality, one friend says. That's a nice way of putting it. Palmer declined to be interviewed, but I spoke with people close to her. She has since responded, which we'll look at. Palmer told Pavlovich they might travel to London together and to Scotland, where Gaiman was shooting the second season of Good Omens. Pavlovich had wanted to leave New Zealand, her epicenter of trauma, for as long as she could remember. These conversations filled her head with fantasies of finally being on solid ground in the world. After Palmer's offer, Pavlovich texted Gaiman, I am consumed by thoughts of you, the things you will do to me. I'm so hungry. What a terrible creature you've turned me into. The following weekend, she packed up her sublet and boarded the ferry to Waiheke. And that is what Gaiman and Gaiman defenders, like, and just, every time we see something like this where, oh, yeah, she was sexually assaulted, then why did she type back? Why did she text him, I miss you? Why did she say, I hope to see you again? And until I am blue in the face, and until the pervasive systemic issue of sexual violence is no longer reality, I will say that is normal when you are a victim of abuse. When you are a victim of sexual assault, there is no one way, there is no correct way to respond to that. And the thing is that a lot of us who are victims of sexual assault understand this perfectly well, because we have been in a situation like this where you're like, yeah, I went out with the guy again, or I texted him and I said, I had a lot of fun. For whatever, okay? The same thing that if you were to have been embroiled in sexual assault allegations that people would point to and be like, I don't think that you were a victim. I see here that you sent a text message the next day when they asked if you were okay, and you said, yeah, I'm fine, smiley face, I had fun. I am an expert on sexual abuse. Yeah, also, given the history of her life, is it shocking that she would have difficulty with understanding affection, attraction, abuse? Like, how many things have we read that indicate that that show us how Pavlovich is an abused, vulnerable young woman? And she explained it too, that she's like, I've been through worse. Like, all of these ways that her mind was trying to justify that, like, no, don't, like, stay with these people. This is good for you. This is an opportunity for you. Okay? You're fine. You're fine. So many of us go as far as to try to protect, defend them. Yeah, I mean, that's like the majority of sexual assault is perpetrated by people who know the victim, okay? It is not a stranger in a dark alley who's like, "Ooh, I'm a rapist," right? That is why sexual assault and talking about it and prosecuting it and, like, legislatively changing it and changing our societal attitudes around sexual violence is so difficult. These conversations require nuance. Abuse inflicts trauma. Trauma is a form of brain damage. Brain damage can cause irrational thoughts, beliefs, and behavior. That's simple. PTSD brain scans have a distinct pattern. This is an objective thing that people need to understand. Yep. Yes. I regularly have this argument with my dad, and he just can't comprehend. It's so stupid. That is painful. That is really painful. And I honestly, I know it's not the case 100% of the time, but I think it's a lot of people who have, who have not been victims of sexual assault, or who haven't processed that they were victims of sexual assault, who have this very narrow idea that they treat as the truth, that they treat as fact. And they're so obstinate about this topic. That came from a place of pure desperation. She felt caught between abuse from a person or abuse of the elements. Her trauma couldn't let her think of any other options. Yeah, I know so many of us who read this story or who are listening to it now, and who have been victims of sexual assault are like, I cannot tell you what my brain was doing to tell me that everything was fine. I can't tell you how long it took for me to process it. Like, it happened one day, 15 years later, when I was like, whatever, maybe you're going on a walk. Maybe you're listening to a podcast. Maybe you're listening to this stream. You never know when suddenly you're going to hear something and go, that happened to me. When suddenly you're going to have the language and understanding that you didn't have. When you were violated. It's very difficult. I think a lot of the pushback from men stems from the fact that many men, I remember it was like nearly 1/3, have committed an act that would be considered sexual assault, especially as teenagers, and they have difficulty coming to grips with that. Absolutely. That is a part of the problem here, where it's like, okay, well, if he's a rapist, then I'm a rapist. And it's like, well, okay. And the thing is look, this is what progress is, okay? And if you are somebody who is responsible for bad behavior, okay? Let's say that you used to have like really fucking backwards ideas about people in the Middle East, okay? You were deeply Islamophobic. Well, you can't just be like Islamophobia doesn't exist because you don't want to acknowledge that you were a part of the problem, that you weren't so great. You have to acknowledge it, right? Progress is okay. We have our understanding, our societal understanding has changed. Okay? And so when it is concerning the topic of sexual violence, okay? So much of sexual abuse and assault is in this gray area where a lot of people they didn't know. They didn't know that they were victims, and they also didn't understand that what they were doing was coercion, right? So you have like victims and then also people who were the victimizers. And it's difficult. It is difficult. If you are someone who's in that position where you're not a monster, okay? No one is saying that like every single person who has who has engaged in coercion is like a Harvey Weinstein. But as we're having these, as we're trying to change our understanding, as we're fixing misconceptions around sexual violence, as we're trying to dismantle rape culture, you have to be on board, right? You have to come along now on this journey of progress, of betterment. Ahem. A weird first type here in chat, but entire community rallied behind my abuser and my state really backed it up. Also led to me having to carry to term. The brain damage is rough. The things you have to do to survive are wild. I'm 30 now. It's not something that you can't reconcile with internally, but all you can do is really try. I still believe rehab is real for me and for the community that hurt me. I have to believe things can be better. Right. Hearts to you. Like, I am not, as someone who uses my platform to talk about sexual violence, to talk about this issue that is endemic, right? Violence against women is endemic in our society. And I'm not doing so because I'm a misandrist who's like, let's kill every single man. Who I don't look at things as like the only option here is to like kill men, okay? I am looking at this as how do we get better? How do we progress as a society? Well, education on consent, fixing our understanding of what sexual violence entails, destigmatizing what it means to be a victim of sexual assault, dismantling rape culture, making it so that rape is not normalized via our culture that normalizes it. And what this entails is it is a painful reckoning, okay? It is a painful reckoning for people who have been victimized and for those who have done the victimization. And it's not always often it's not with intent. You don't know that you are engaging in abusive behavior, but that's why this has to change. You have to take accountability. You have to educate yourself. You have to be better. The first step to reform is letting it sink in that you've done something wrong. Feeling bad is a good sign you have a functioning conscience. Yes. You have a conscience. That is good. That is good. If you feel bad, that is good. But don't have that mean that you then try and deny that this is a problem, that you are part of the problem. You have to turn that into action so that this is no longer a pervasive problem. As a guy, I appreciate these streams. They're the reason I subbed in the first place. We live in a re-education era where men have to question the things we grew up normalizing. You always word it in a very productive way. And for me, it's always a learning experience because I know I've done things wrong. So I thank you. You're welcome. And I am going to keep reading this piece because there is still quite a bit left. I just had to stop for a moment. And make those points because it's something that I want people to be thinking about as we continue on in this piece. All right. Throughout his career, Gaiman had written about terror from the point of view of a child. His most recent novel, The Ocean at the End of the Lane, tells the story of a quiet and bookish 7-year-old boy. Through various unfortunate events, he ends up with a hole in his heart that can never be healed, a doorway through which nightmares from distant realms enter our world. Over the course of the tale, the boy suffers terribly, sometimes at the hands of his own family. At dinner one night, the boy refuses to eat the food that his nanny has prepared. The nanny, the boy knows, isn't really a human, but a nightmare creature from another world. When his father demands to know why he won't eat, the boy explains, "She's a monster." His father becomes enraged. To punish him, he fills the tub, then picks up the child, plunges him into the bath, and pushes his shoulders and head beneath the chilly water. I had read many books in that bath, the boy says. It was one of my safe places, and now I had no doubt I was going to die there. Later that night, the boy runs away from home. On his way out, he glimpses his father having sex with the monstrous nanny through the drawing room window. In various interviews over the years, Gaiman has called The Ocean at the End of the Lane his most personal book. The book is set in Sussex, where Gaiman grew up. In the story, the narrator survives otherworldly evil with the help of a family of magical women. As a child, Gaiman had no such friends to call on. I was going back to the 7-year-old me and giving myself a peculiar kind of love that I didn't have, he told an interviewer in 2017. I never feel the past is dead or young Neil isn't around anymore. He's still there, hiding in a library somewhere, looking for a doorway that will lead him to somewhere safe where everything works. While Gaiman has identified the boy in the book as himself, he has also claimed that none of the things that happened to the boy happened to him. Yet there is reason to believe that some of the most horrifying events of the novel did occur. Gaiman has rarely spoken about a core fact of his childhood. In 1965, when Neil was 5 years old, his parents, David and Sheila, left their jobs as a business executive and a pharmacist and bought a house in East Grinstead, a mile away from what was at that time the worldwide headquarters for the Church of Scientology. Its founder, the former science fiction writer L. Ron Hubbard, lived down the road from them from 1965 until 1967. When he fled the country and began directing the church from international waters, pursued by the CIA, FBI, and a handful of foreign governments and maritime agencies. David and Sheila were among England's earliest adherents to Scientology. That is fucking crazy. His parents were among England's earliest adherents to Scientology. They were big time. They were high up. Farley? Oh, yum, yum, yum. How much longer? I'm going with the Neil Gaiman thing, so maybe like 30.
Okay, then burger.
Oh.
Then we eat burger.
Okay. Burger. Okay, so his parents, they began studying Dianetics in 1956 and eventually took positions in the Guardian's office, a special department of the organization dedicated to handling the church's growing number of legal cases, public communications, and intelligence operations. Yeah, they were high up. The mission of this office, as Hubbard wrote, was its covert use in destroying the repute of individuals and groups. On the side, the Gaimans ran the church's canteen, lodged former foreign Scientologists in their home, and opened a vitamin company in town where they supplied courses of supplements for Scientology's detoxification programs, a business that grew exponentially alongside the expansion of the church. By the late 60s, David was the church's public face and chief spokesperson in the UK. It was a challenging job, to say the least. The UK, following the example of a handful of other governments, had issued a report declaring Scientology's methods a serious danger to the health of those who submit to them. Hubbard would routinely punish members of the org who committed minor infractions by binding them, blindfolding them, and throwing them overboard into icy waters. Holy fucking shit. Back in England, David gave interviews to the press to smooth over such troubling accounts. The church was under particular pressure to assure the public it was not harming children. In his bulletins to members, Hubbard made it clear that children were not to be exempt from the punishments to which adults were subjected. If a child laughed inappropriately or failed to remember a Scientology term, they could be sent to the ship's hold and made to chip rust for days or confined in a chain locker for weeks at a time without blankets or a bathroom. In his book, Going Clear, Lawrence Wright recounts the story of a 4-year-old boy named Derek Green, an adopted black child who stole a Rolex and dropped it overboard. He was confined to the locker for 2 days and nights. When his mother pleaded with Hubbard to let him out, he reminded her of the Scientology axiom that children are actually adults in small bodies and equally responsible for their behavior. Okay, this is important to note. It's very fucked up, but important to note. A representative for the Church of Scientology said it does not speak about members past or present, but denies that this event occurred. So this is a thing in Scientology, that children are viewed as adults in small bodies. So there is no such thing as like, oh, that babe is innocent because they're a babe. Okay, no, that's an adult in a tiny body. And when later in this piece, we get to what David was doing in the vicinity of his, what Neil was doing in the vicinity of his child. It's important to understand the context in that he grew up in the Church of Scientology, where this is a belief, and anyway, just kind of put a pin in this. David used Neil as an exhibit in his case to the public. In 1968, he arranged for Neil to give an interview to the BBC. When the reporter asked the child if Scientology made him a better boy, Neil replied, "Not exactly that, but when you make a release, you feel absolutely great. A release in Scientology lingo is what happens when you complete one of the lower levels of coursework. What was happening away from the cameras is difficult to know, in part because Gaiman has avoided talking about it, changing the subject whenever an interviewer or a friend brings it up. But it seems unlikely that he would have been spared the disciplinary measures inflicted on adults and children as a standard practice at that time. According to someone who knew the Gaimans, David and Sheila did apply Scientology's methods at home. When Neil was around the age of the child in the ocean at the end of the lane, the person said, David took him up to the bathtub, ran a cold bath, and drowned him to the point where Neil was screaming for air." As a teenager, Neil worked for the Church of Scientology for 3 years as an auditor, a minister of the church who conducts a process some have likened to hypnosis. One former member of the church who worked with Gaiman's parents and was audited by Gaiman recalls him as precocious and ambitious. It was unusual for a teenager to have completed such a high level of training, he tells me, but the Gaimans were like royalty. In 1981, David was promoted to lead the Guardian's office, making him one of the most powerful people in the church. But the same year, he fell from grace. A new generation of Scientologists, led by David Miscavige, who eventually succeeded Hubbard as the church's leader, had Hubbard's ear, and David was caught in that grinder, as his former colleague puts it. A document declaring David a suppressive person was released a few years later. This is a term in Scientology that basically means somebody who is an enemy of the church, and they will be like targeted by church members. So during the Danny Masterson rape trial, the victims of Danny Masterson, because this also involved the Church of Scientology, were previous members of the church, and they had been labeled suppressive persons, and they had been targeted and harassed by been targeted and harassed by the church. David, the document claims, put on a front of being mild-mannered. So it accused David of a range of offenses, including sexual misconduct. His greatest offense, it seemed, was hubris. Gaiman required others to look up to him instead of to source, it reads, referring to Hubbard. In the 80s, David was sent off to a sort of rehabilitation camp. It was around that time that Gaiman set out to make a living as a writer. Charming and strategic, he used the contacts he developed as a journalist to break into the business of genre writing, endearing himself to the giants of that world at the time: Douglas Adams, Arthur Clarke, Clive Barker, Terry Pratchett, and Alan Moore. When I was young, I had unbelievable chutzpah, Gaiman says in the documentary Neil Gaiman, Dream Dangerously. The kind of monstrous self-certainty that you only get normally in people who then go on to conquer half the civilized world. Gaiman and Palmer met in 2008 when she was 32 and he was 47. Both were at a turning point in their lives and careers. Gaiman was in the midst of finalizing a divorce from his first wife, with whom he had 3 children, and on the verge of breaking into Hollywood. 9 of his works have been turned into movies or TV shows. Palmer was in a fight with her record label that would culminate in a split. Palmer had a collection of photos of herself posing as a murdered corpse and wanted Gaiman to write captions to go along with the pictures. Okay. Gaiman liked the idea, and the two met to work on The Project, a book tied to her first solo album, Who Killed Amanda Palmer. As Palmer described in The Art of Asking, they were not attracted to each other at first. I thought he looked like a baggy-eyed, grumpy old man, and he thought I looked like a chubby little boy. Gaiman was the first to propose a romantic relationship. In an interview, he later said, I got together with her because I couldn't ever imagine being bored. Palmer could, ever since she'd gotten her start as a street busker, painting her face white and standing on a crate in Harvard Square dressed as a silent 8-foot-tall bride. She prided herself on a low-rent bohemian lifestyle, couch surfing when she toured, playing random shows in the living rooms of her fans. She had no savings and didn't own a car, real estate, or kitchen appliances. Gaiman owned multiple houses. He was too rich, too famous, too British, too awkward, too old. And they didn't have great sexual chemistry. But he appeared to be kind and stable, a family man, and they shared a dark, fantastical aesthetic. She also felt a little sorry for him. He seemed lonely in spite of his fame, and Palmer found herself hoping that she could help him. He'd believed for a long time deep down that people didn't actually fall in love, she wrote in her book. But that's impossible, she told him. He'd written stories and scenes of people in love. That's the whole point, darling. Writers make things up. They wed in 2011 in the Berkeley home of their friends Michael Chabon and Ayelet Waldman, the novelists. Their union had a multiplying effect on their fame and stature, drawing each out of their respective domains of cult stardom and into the airy realm of tech-funded virality. They became darlings of the TED Talk circuit, regulars at Jeff Bezos' ultra-secret campfire retreat. Gaiman introduced Palmer to Twitter. I'm sorry, you can't be that bohemian and like hippy-dippy if you're hanging out with Jeff Bezos, which he had used to become fantasy's most beloved author of 140-character Bon Mot. Palmer, in turn, leaned into her growing reputation as a crowdfunding genius. Online, they flirted, went after each other's critics, and praised each other's progressive politics. I'd like to just show one example of this. Boop, 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 boop. Like this. Okay. Gaiman tweeted this on September 28th, 2018. On a day like today, it's worth saying, I believe survivors. Men must not close our eyes and minds to what happens to women in this world. We must fight alongside them, for them to be believed, at the ballot box and with art and by listening, and change this world for the better. And then Amanda responded, thank you for this amazing feminist AF husband. All men, all women, all artists, all hands on deck. This is getting serious. We need everyone. Yeah. I don't think I could show you a better example than that. Okay. In an interview with Out Magazine in 2012, Palmer said that the main other relationship in both of their lives was with their fans. Sometimes when I'm with Neil and I go to the other room to Twitter with my followers, it feels like sneaking off for a quick shag. Oh, God. Yeah, you guys, I feel the same way when Will and I are hanging out. When Will and I are hanging out, sometimes I'll sneak away to Discord. I'll type a little something. This wasn't strictly a metaphor. During the early years of their marriage, they lived apart for months at a time and encouraged each other to have affairs. Look, this shit is so heavy, okay? I need to try to find a joke in there when I can. According to conversations with 5 of Palmer's closest friends, the most important rule governing their open relationship was honesty. They found that sharing the details of their extramarital dalliances and sometimes sharing the same partners brought them closer together. In 2012, Palmer met a 20-year-old fan who was asked to be referred to as Rachel at a Dresden Dolls concert. After one of Palmer's next shows, the women had sex. The morning after, Palmer snapped a few semi-naked pictures of Rachel and asked if she could send one to GAIMAN. She and Palmer slept together a few more times. Again, this is a fan, okay? This is a fan. 20-year-old fan. She and Palmer slept together a few more times, but then Palmer seemed to lose interest in sex with her. Some 6 months after they met, Palmer introduced Rachel to GAIMAN online, telling Rachel, he'll love you. Yeah, okay. So the Ghislaine similarities, parallels are starting to show. Yep. Okay, and then also in 2012, Amanda Palmer was she was in her 30s. So there's, the age thing, a 20-year-old fan. The two struck up a correspondence that quickly turned sexual, and GAIMAN invited her to his house in Wisconsin. As she packed for the trip, she asked Palmer over email if she had any advice for pleasing GAIMAN in bed. Palmer joked in response, I think the fun is finding out on your own. With GAIMAN, Rachel says there was never a blatant rupture of consent, but that he was always pressing her to do things that hurt and scared her. Looking back, she feels that Palmer gave her to him like a toy. For GAIMAN and Palmer, these were happy years. With his editing help, she wrote The Art of Asking. They toured together, and when Palmer was offered a residency at Bard College, GAIMAN tagged along to give some talks, then ended up receiving an offer to join the faculty as a professor of the arts. After they'd been together for a few years, Palmer began asking GAIMAN to tell her more about his childhood in Scientology, but he seemed unable to string more than a few sentences together. When she encouraged him to continue, he would curl up on the bed into a fetal position and cry. He refused to see a therapist. Instead, he sat down to write a short story that kept getting longer until it turned into a novel. Although the child at the center of the story in many ways remains opaque, Palmer felt he had never been so open. He dedicated the book, The Ocean at the End of the Lane, to Amanda, who wanted to know. Eric's thank you for the gifted. In 2014, the cracks in GAIMAN and Palmer's marriage began to show up to those around them. While they were at Bard, they decided to buy a house upstate. Palmer would have preferred to live in New York City, but GAIMAN liked the woods. Eventually, he picked a sprawling estate set on 80 acres in Woodstock. It was GAIMAN's money, a friend who accompanied them on the house hunt says, and he was going to have the say. Thank you, Human Sunshine Maddie. Later that year, Palmer got pregnant. She and GAIMAN were spending more time at home together and talked about slowing down and devoting their attention to their marriage. She wanted to close the relationship, and he agreed. But when she was 8 months pregnant, GAIMAN came to her with a problem. He had slept with a fan in her early 20s, taking her virginity. Now, GAIMAN told her, the girl was, quote, going crazy. He promised to change, and they met with a couples counselor. GAIMAN was prone to panic attacks and had never been in treatment. Amanda was shocked at how traumatized Neil was, given his public persona and the guy she thought she'd married, a person close to them says. Yeah, oops. One of the people in whom Palmer confided about her marital issues at the time was Caroline Wallner, a potter who, along with her builder husband, Philip, had been living on the Woodstock property and working as a caretaker. Gaiman had made them an offer that seemed too good to be true. They would build an addition on one of the cabins on the land at Gaiman's expense, and in exchange, Gaiman would sell them a 5-acre parcel, allowing them to put up a barn-style home to share with their 3 daughters. They tended to the garden, ran errands for guests, and rehabilitated the buildings, which needed plumbing and electrical work. At lunch one day, Palmer told Wallner that she hated living in the woods and was disturbed by what she was learning about her husband. You have no idea the twisted, dark things that go on in that man's head, Wallner recalls Palmer saying. Palmer said she wished her marriage were more like Wallner and Philip's, but their marriage of 11 years was falling apart too. In 2017, Philip moved out of their house. Wallner, 54, spent her days in bed crying and drinking. She stopped eating and for the most part stopped working. It was then that Gaiman began paying close attention to her. He would bring juices up to her cabin and fret that she was losing too much weight. The first time he touched her, in December 2018, she was sitting on his couch next to him, crying from exhaustion. Gaiman told her, "You need a hug." She stood and he hugged her, then slid his hand down her pants and into her underwear and squeezed her butt. She does not recall saying or doing anything in response. "I was stunned," she says. Over the next 2 years, they had a series of sexual encounters, always when Palmer was away. When Gaiman wasn't around, they occasionally engaged in phone sex. At first, Wallner, who hadn't been with anyone since Philip left, went along willingly. But at the end of their second encounter, she remembers asking Gaiman what Palmer would think about their romance. He said, "Caroline, there is no romance." After that, she tried to keep her distance from him, darting away when she saw him on the estate. He was difficult to avoid. He kept an egg incubator in Wallner's cabin and would come down and check on it, entering without texting first. On one of these visits, he found her crying by the fireplace. He walked over to her, stuck his thumb in her mouth, and twisted her nipples. She told Gaiman the arrangement was making her feel bad. She recalls him replying, "I don't want you to feel bad," but nothing changed. Wallner had no income at the time. Oh, okay, so are we seeing similarities between these women who have made allegations against Neil Gaiman, right? Like that they are vulnerable, that they were reliant upon Neil Gaiman, that they were in, they were in a position where it's just very easy to exploit them. Like this is pattern, okay? This is pattern. She worried that if she didn't appease Gaiman, he would kick her out of her house and then she and her 3 daughters would have nowhere to go. "I like our trade," she remembers him saying. "You take care of me and I'll take care of you." Sometimes she would babysit. Once, Wallner and the boy, then 4, fell asleep reading stories in Gaiman and Palmer's bed. Wallner woke up when Gaiman returned home. He got into bed with his son in the middle, then reached across the child to grab Wallner's hand and put it on his penis. She says she jumped out of the bed. "He didn't have boundaries," Wallner says. "I remember thinking that there was something really wrong with him." Yeah, this is fucked up, you guys. This is very fucked up. In April 2021, Gaiman informed Wallner that the land he'd promised her was no longer available. That summer, she stopped responding to his attempts to engage in phone sex, and Gaiman increased the pressure on her to leave his property. One night in December 2021, Gaiman's business manager, Terry Bird, called Wallner and offered her $5,000 to move immediately if she'd sign a 16-page NDA agreeing to never discuss anything about her experience with Gaiman or Palmer or to take legal action against Gaiman. Wallner recalls saying to Bird, "What am I going to do with $5,000? I need therapy. This is maybe $300,000. Looking back, she says she didn't know how she came up with that number, but Gaiman agreed to it, and she signed. Gaiman's reps say that Wallner initiated the sexual encounters and deny that he engaged in any sexual activity with her in the presence of his son. 2 months later, it's interesting, they're not denying, though, the NDA. 2 months later, Pavlovich arrived on Waikiki. By then, Palmer and Gaiman were divorcing. This is also the second time that we have read in this article that a woman was offered money to stay quiet about Neil Gaiman and sign an NDA. According to Palmer's friends, she asked for a divorce after Rachel called to tell her that she and Gaiman were having sexual contact long past the point when Palmer thought their relationship had ended. She was hurt but unsurprised. I find it all very boring, she later wrote to Rachel, who recalls the exchange. Just the lack of self-knowledge and the lack of interest in self-knowledge. In late 2021, Palmer found out about Wallner, too. I remember her saying, "That poor woman," recalls Lance Horn, a musician and friend of Palmer's in whom she confided at the time. "I can't believe he did it again." By the time she asked Pavlovich to babysit, Palmer was fed up with Gaiman's behavior, but she still had some faith in his decency, a friend says. Still, she knew enough to warn Gaiman to stay away from their new babysitter. I remember specifically her saying, "You could really hurt this person and break her. Keep your hands off of her," the friend says. And yet you still brought her into the lion's den. And Palmer still hoped, according to those close to her, that she and Gaiman would be able to negotiate a peaceful co-parenting arrangement. She found a school for their child and the 2 houses on Waiheke. She was going to try her best to keep Neil as a presence for her son, one friend says. One evening, Palmer dropped Pavlovich and the child off with Gaiman and retreated back to her own place. Pavlovich was in the kitchen tidying up when he approached her from behind and pulled her to the sofa. It all happened again so quickly, Pavlovich says. Okay, so if you missed the beginning of this, this is Pavlovich, who was the babysitter for Amanda Palmer and Neil Gaiman, and was approached. She went up to Amanda Palmer because she was a fan, and Amanda Palmer asked if she would babysit for the child and didn't pay her. Neither of them paid her for a good chunk of her work. And remember, Neil Gaiman is a multi-millionaire. He's extremely wealthy. Okay. So just another thing where it's like, here you have a multi-millionaire. Why don't you have a nanny? Why are you having a girl who is homeless, who is a fan, babysitting your child? Alexandria Starr, thank you for the raid. All right, here we go, y'all. So one evening, Palmer dropped Pavlovich and the child off. Gaiman approached her from behind and pulled her to the sofa. It all happened so quickly, Pavlovich says. Gaiman pushed down her pants and began to beat her with his belt. He then attempted to initiate anal sex without lubrication. I screamed no, Pavlovich says. Had Gaiman and Pavlovich been engaging in BDSM, this could conceivably have been part of a rape scene, a scenario sometimes described as consensual non-consent. But that would have required careful negotiation in advance, which she says they had not done. After she said no, Gaiman backed off briefly and went into the kitchen. When he returned, he brought butter to use as lubricant. My fucking God. She continued to scream until Gaiman was finished. When it was over, he called her slave and ordered her to clean him up. She protested that it wasn't hygienic. He said, "Are you defying your master?" She recalls, "I had to lick my own shit." Afterwards, she got into the shower and tried to wash her mouth out with a bar of lavender soap. It had a grainy texture and tasted of metal, acid, and herbs. She noticed blood swirling down the drain. He hadn't used a condom, and she worried she might have gotten an infection. She had a migraine and her whole body ached, but she didn't consider leaving. She'd hated herself her whole life, she tells me. And when someone comes along, this is really sad, and when someone comes along and hates you as much as yourself, it's kind of a relief, without it always being consent. She says she understands how Scientologists might have felt when they were sent to the Hole, a detention center where they were forced to lick the floor as punishment. She'd heard of how some people would stay in the room even after they were allowed to leave. People keep licking the floor in that horrible room, she says. The nights with Gaiman blurred together. There was the time she passed out from pain while Gaiman was having anal sex with her. He made her perform oral sex while his penis had urine on it. He ordered her to suck him off while he watched screeners for the first season of The Sandman. In one instance, he thrust his penis into Pavlovich's mouth with such force that she vomited on him. Then he told her to eat the vomit off his lap and lick it up from the couch. A week or so into Pavlovich's time with the family, their son began to address her as slave and ordered Pavlovich to call him master. This is the child, the 5-year-old child. Gaiman seemed to find it amusing. Sometimes he'd say to his child in an affable tone, Now, Scarlett's not a slave, you mustn't." One day, Pavlovich came into the living room when Gaiman and the boy were on the couch, watching the children's show Odd Squad. She joined them, sitting down next to the child. Gaiman put his arm around them both, reached into Pavlovich's shirt, and fondled her breasts. She says he didn't make any effort to hide what he was doing from the boy. Another time during the day, he requested oral sex in the middle of the kitchen while the boy was awake and somewhere in the house. He would never shut a door, she says. That is child abuse. That is. On February 19th, 2022, Gaiman and his son spent the night at a hotel in Auckland, which they sometimes did for fun. Gaiman asked Pavlovich if she could come by and watch the child for an hour so he could get a massage. It was a small room, one double bed, a television, and a bathroom. When he returned, Gaiman and the boy ate dinner, takeout from a nearby delicatessen. Afterward, Gaiman wanted to watch a movie, but the child wanted to play with the iPad. The boy sat against the wall by the picture window overlooking the city, facing the bed. Pavlovich perched on the edge of the mattress. Gaiman got into the bed and pulled her so she was on her back. He lifted the covers up over them. She tried to signal to him with her eyes that he should stop. She mouthed, "What the fuck are you doing?" She didn't want the child to overhear what she was saying. Gaiman ignored her. He rolled her onto her side, took off his pants, pulled off her skirt, and began to have sex with her from behind while continuing to speak to his son. "You should really get off the iPad," she recalls him saying. Pavlovich, in a state of shock, buried her head in the pillow. After about 5 minutes, Gaiman got up and walked to the bathroom half naked. He urinated on his hand and then returned to Pavlovich, frozen on the bed, and told her to lick it off. He went back to the bathroom naked from the waist down. "Before you leave," he told Pavlovich, "you have to finish your job." She went to the bathroom and he pushed her to her knees. The door was open. Gaiman's representatives say these allegations are false, not to mention deplorable. 3 weeks after Pavlovich arrived on Waiheke, Palmer told her that the child would be traveling with Gaiman to Edinburgh in a few days. In a few days to visit the Amazon production of his series Anansi Boys. They wouldn't need her for a couple of weeks. That evening, Pavlovich came down with COVID. Palmer and Gaiman agreed that she could isolate in Gaiman's empty home. They still hadn't paid her for a single hour that she had worked for them. Telling the son to get off the iPad, implying he wanted the child to actively watch. Yes, and I think, to bring in the context of Neil Gaiman being a Scientologist, where, I think it's something that needs to be in consideration of, like, there's a lot of abuse in the Church of Scientology. We know that. The teachings that are that include children being adults in small bodies, right? I think that it is something that it's important context, even though obviously doesn't condone any behavior. "10 days after Gaiman left New Zealand, Pavlovich went to Palmer's house for dinner." Yeah, a lot of people were trying to be like, "Oh, she took selfies. That's not somebody who's been abused." And just see the conversation that we had about how victims of abuse behave in all sorts of ways to try and normalize and also just feel like ground themselves. And I saw a lot of stories being shared of people saying after they were raped, after they were abused, that they took pictures of themselves in the mirror, that they were for some people it's like so they remember how they felt in that moment. For others, it's like you're searching for a lifeline, right? To reaffirm you're still here, to do something that has some normalcy, right? Like taking a photo of yourself, okay? It's a normal thing, something that we do all the time. And when something that is so that untethers you has occurred, and you are looking for a way to ground yourself, to to cling on to something that feels normal, to know that you are yes, there's a lot of reasons, of course, some people as evidence, and they might not recognize it in that moment, They might not recognize in that moment that what they're doing is documenting. What they're doing is documenting. "10 days after Gaiman left New Zealand, Pavlovich went to Palmer's house for dinner. She asked Palmer if she could tell her something in confidence and made her promise not to tell Gaiman. She begged for reassurance that she would still keep her job as the child's nanny. Palmer assured Pavlovich her employment was not in danger. Sitting in the kitchen, Pavlovich told Palmer that Gaiman had made a pass at her. She told Palmer about the bath. I didn't have any choice in the matter, she said. He just did it. She said he had been having sex with her ever since. She withheld some of the most brutal details and did not describe her experience as sexual assault. She didn't yet see it that way. She didn't yet see it that way. Palmer did not appear to be surprised. 14 women have come to me about this, she said. She mentioned that Gaiman had slept with another babysitter during his first marriage. This is key. Palmer did not appear to be surprised. Palmer did not appear to be surprised. And she'd heard from other women who were disturbed by their experiences with him. Pavlovich waited until the end to tell Palmer about the child being present in Auckland. Afterwards, she recalled, Palmer went silent. She appeared shocked. Palmer insisted that Pavlovich spend the night in her guest room. She told her, I've had to do this before and I can do this again. I will take care of you. Pavlovich lay down in the bed and heard Palmer pacing back and forth in her room upstairs until 3 a.m. Palmer called Gaiman that night. According to Horn, the musician, she asked Gaiman whether their son had been wearing headphones while he and Pavlovich were in the hotel room. My God. There are a lot of parts of this reporting that stand out to me, but this one is especially harrowing. She asked whether their son had been wearing headphones while he and Pavlovich were in the hotel room. He replied no, then hung up. The following day, Palmer emailed Gaiman and their couples counselor, a man named Wayne Muller, a minister and a sort of marital companion, as he had put it to me. According to Muller, who relayed the contents of the email to me, Palmer wrote that Gaiman needed psychiatric treatment and had finally agreed to seek it. Everyone was trying to make the best of what was clearly a difficult situation, Muller tells me. Palmer then flew to Edinburgh, where Gaiman was staying with their son, whom she collected. Meanwhile, Pavlovich received a text from Gaiman. Amanda tells me that you're having a rough time and you're really upset with me about what we did. I feel awful about this. Would you like to talk about it? Is there anything I can do to make anything better? Pavlovich didn't respond immediately. My reflex was to fix the situation, she tells me. The next day she wrote, Hey, we'll speak soon. Hope you're doing good. In the days and weeks after Pavlovich's revelation, Palmer was solicitous, checking in frequently over text and sending warm notes. From the minute you entwined your fate with mine, oh God, I just want to puke. From the minute you entwined your fate with mine on Ponsonby Road, I've been glad I met you. That is tenfold so now. She helped Pavlovich find a temporary apartment and invited her over for meals. In late March, Palmer sent a message to a friend of Pavlovich's, a 41-year-old ceramicist named Misma Honoru, in whom Pavlovich had confided about Gaiman. I'm glad she had you to take care of her, she wrote. It's been a rough month for everyone. Honoru's partner, Chris Taylor, was a doctor of psychology who had lectured at the University of Auckland on coercion, consent, and rape. Okay, so an expert, right? Although Pavlovich had never used the words rape or sexual assault to describe what had happened to her, both Honoru and Taylor believed that Gaiman had raped her repeatedly. Honoru felt Palmer bore a share of the blame. Replying to Palmer, she wrote that the majority of my rage is directed at Neil, but she couldn't understand why, with all Palmer knew about Gaiman, she had sent Scarlett into that situation. Did you not see this coming a mile away? She added. And yes, I know you asked him not to do that to her, but honestly, the fact you even felt that that was something you should ask is fucked up in ways that defy comprehension. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. That is a normal reaction. It is fucked up and speaks to Palmer's complicity and also Palmer feeding vulnerable girls and women to Gaiman and herself being a predator. The line about the headphones, someone pointed out how she had asked like it had been a prearranged agreement that the child would have to wear headphones if that happened. That might be right. I mean, it just stands out as just like it's so disturbing. It's so disturbing. Around the same time, Pavlovich followed up with GAIMAN. I had a very intense dream about you last night, she wrote. Are you doing okay? In his reply, he made a reference to something that had happened 2 weeks earlier. In a session with Mueller, Palmer had said that Pavlovich was telling people he had raped her and was planning to Me Too him. I wanted to kill myself, he wrote, but I'm getting through it a day at a time, and it's been 2 weeks now, and I'm still here. Fragile, but not great. This also feels familiar. When a perpetrator of abuse will talk about how they want to hurt themselves, right? Will manipulate that way. He expressed dismay at Honoru's message, which Palmer had told him about. I'm a monster in it, he wrote, and Amanda seems to have bought it hook, line, and sinker. Apologizing for, quote, bringing any upset into Pavlovich's life, he wrote, I thought that we were a good thing. And, oh, hi, sorry, and this is almost done. I thought that we were a good thing and a very consensual thing indeed. Pavlovich remembers her palms sweating, hot coils in her stomach. She was terrified of upsetting GAIMAN. I was disconnected from everybody else at that point in my life, she tells me. She rushed to reassure him. It was consensual and wonderful, she wrote. Honoru had been triggered by something, I think. I'm so glad that you messaged me, GAIMAN wrote. I thought you were a monster. I thought you were a monster. GAIMAN asked Pavlovich to speak with Mueller, knowing that you would be prepared to say it's not true. It was consensual. He's not a monster. Makes me a lot more grounded, he wrote. Mueller reached out to Pavlovich to offer, quote, a safe harbor. When they spoke on the phone, Pavlovich told Mueller what GAIMAN, who was paying for the session, had asked her to say. After listening to Mueller's esoteric spiritual claptrap, she felt worse. I really felt like it was all my fault. Mueller, for his part, tells me that ethical boundaries prevent him from sharing anything about his sessions with GAIMAN, but he apparently felt comfortable sharing details of his conversation with Pavlovich. What she called to speak with me about was feeling pressured from very diverse, mostly older women in her community to take action that she wasn't sure she felt comfortable taking. I accompanied her on a journey to help her figure out the answers for herself to that issue. In the weeks that followed, Mueller connected GAIMAN with the Austin Riggs Center, a psychiatric facility in Massachusetts. According to Mueller, GAIMAN had several prelim phone calls with the facility and was considering entering a 6-week inpatient evaluation process, but GAIMAN never followed through. I don't remember why not, Mueller says. Pavlovich grew suicidal. She hoarded Zopiclone and aspirin and walked around the city surveying bridges. She decided she'd take the pills and told Palmer about her plan. At Palmer's urging, she checked into an emergency room. You are loved, Palmer texted. After a few days in a respite center, feeling slightly better, Pavlovich reached out to Palmer to ask if she could resume working as the child's nanny. The apartment Palmer had set her up with was temporary, and she needed a place to stay. It would be really good for me, I think, to have something to do and people to be around, she wrote. Palmer argued that it was not the time for her to take on the responsibility of caring for a child. Your job is to care for you, she replied. Yeah, or maybe don't have her in a position where she's, back in a situation where she's being abused. She proposed they get together when Pavlovich got out, promising to help her get back on her feet, and suggested in the meantime she go home to her parents. This infuriated Pavlovich. There is a reason I have divorced my parents, she wrote. I'm starting to feel very much on my own and like I hate everyone. I can't offer you exactly what you want from me, Palmer wrote, but I can still be here. Remember this. Babe, I am more alone than I've ever been in my life, Pavlovich replied. She wished she had never agreed to be their nanny. If I hadn't gotten on that first ferry, I wouldn't be where I am now. That night, Pavlovich texted GAIMAN. Amanda keeps saying she will help, but it seems more philosophical rather than actually like she will help. 2 minutes later, she added, "I've been thinking of you so much." Gaiman replied that he'd be happy to help in a tangible way. Pavlovich then received an NDA dated to the first night of her employment when he had suggested she take a bath. She signed it. A month later, she received a bank transfer from Gaiman, $1,700 for her babysitting work. 2 months after that, she received the first of 9 payments totaling about $9,200. Hey, I've been listening since near the beginning, but where's this article from so I can bookmark it in myself? This was in Vulture. Over the course of the year, Pavlovich's perspective changed. As he faded away, I began to let other voices in, she says. Friends connected her with women who were experienced in dealing with sexual assault and abuse, including Zelda Perkins, a former assistant of Harvey Weinstein's, and an advocate for ending the misuse of NDAs to buy women's silence. Wallner and Pavlovich broke their NDAs when they spoke out about Gaiman. These women encouraged her to go to the police. In January 2023, Pavlovich filed a police report accusing Gaiman of sexual assault. At the station, she gave a formal interview about the case. After she told the officers her story, one of them told her that Palmer's cooperation would be essential for the case to move forward. Pavlovich assured them that Palmer would participate. "I said to them, she's a public feminist, and she knows what happened. She'll want to protect me. I'm sure she'll speak." When the police contacted Palmer later that year, she declined to talk with them. Gaiman never spoke with the police either, though he did provide a written statement. Whatever feelings Palmer might have had about the situation went into a song that she performed on tour in 2024, one that she wrote shortly after Pavlovich's confession. It was called Wakanewa, named after a park near their homes on Waiheke. And here are the lyrics. "Another suicidal mass landing on my doorstep. Thanks a ton. A few more corpses in the sack. You'll get away with it. It's just the same old script. This world is shaped to have your back. You said I'm sorry, then you ran and went and did it all again." This is the text just from Neil Gaiman saying, "Are you okay?" This past fall, Pavlovich began studying for a degree in English Lit at the University of St. Andrews in Scotland. As it happens, the university had awarded Gaiman an honorary degree in 2016. In December, Pavlovich approached the head of the university, Dame Sally Mapstone, to share her experience and asked the university to review the decision to honor Gaiman. Mapstone was sympathetic but indecisive. Some on the board, she told Pavlovich, would likely want evidence of prosecution to rescind his degree. As far as the police report goes, the matter has been closed, a spokesperson says. Gaiman's career, meanwhile, has been marginally affected. I mean, this is just time and time again. This is how it goes. A few pending adaptations of his novels and comics have been put on hold or canceled. But the second season of The Sandman is set to premiere on Netflix this year, as is Anansi Boys on Amazon Prime. He and Palmer are entering the 5th year of an ugly divorce and custody battle. Gaiman has, quote, bled her dry in the divorce proceedings, according to someone close to her. She's moved back in with her parents in Massachusetts. Gaiman's representatives allege that Palmer was a major force driving this story in light of their contentious divorce. Really? Because she looks fucking horrible in it. She comes across as like the bohemian Ghislaine. In December, Pavlovich flew to Atlanta to meet some of the other women who had made accusations against Gaiman. They had been unaware of one another's existence until they'd heard the podcast. Since then, they had formed a WhatsApp group and grown close. It's been like meeting survivors of the same cult, Stout tells me. It's impossible to understand unless you were there. On New Year's Eve, Pavlovich, Stout, and Wallner gathered around a bonfire at the Athens home of the musician Michael Stipe, an old friend of Wallner's. Kendall joined them on FaceTime. With their dark hair and delicate features, they looked like they could be sisters. Around 11 p.m., they wrote down their intentions for the year and cast the scraps of paper into the fire hood. It also indicates that Neil Gaiman has a type. Pavlovich had written that she wanted to release the yoke of victimhood and invite in self-acceptance. The next morning, she woke before the others, made coffee, cleaned the kitchen, and sat on the porch in the winter sun. Am I happy? She wrote in her journal. No. But she also noted that she wasn't alone. There is no need to feel abandoned anymore. Why were there no charges? Okay, so the unfortunate reality about the legal systems, not even just in the United States, is that it is incredibly difficult to prosecute sexual abuse crimes. Often, this is another reason why victims do not come forward, why they would rather remain silent, that they would rather remain in denial, is because of the lack of justice for victims. We know, everybody knows how difficult it is to get charges brought, let alone, let alone like rapists going to jail. And that is because often there is no hard evidence, because most sexual assaults happen from somebody that you know, and they occur in these real like gray areas of sex. Evidence is difficult to obtain, which is why when you have rare instances of like hard evidence and still, and still in like the court of public opinion, it's never good enough. Like what's the case I'm thinking of? Giselle Pellico. Giselle Pellico is a great example. There was so much evidence because her husband recorded it for years. He recorded every single sick fucking rapist piece of shit who raped his drugged wife. That is unfortunately that is an outlier, with the amount of evidence in that case being so damning. And still you had people online, and the argument that was made by the various lawyers defending these freaks is that it was not consensual, that she knew she was drugged, and that in some instances you can see her stirring, so really she wasn't drugged. So anyway, that was like a rare instance where, because we had all that footage, because all that evidence was available, they were able to prosecute, all of those men. And also we felt confident that there would be a guilty verdict because there was simply too much evidence. Lawyer also said that men did not intend to rape, hence it was not rape. Right, where they're like, well, they didn't know that she didn't consent to it, so like, they didn't know. Yeah, okay. So anyway, why are there no charges? Why did the university say they're waiting for there to be evidence of prosecution? Because it is so difficult to obtain that. And, it's like, this is why it's so tricky. This is why it's so tricky. Because most of the time you won't have evidence. No, you won't have charges filed. No, you won't have a guilty conviction. And so people will use that as a way to say that man is innocent, that this is a witch hunt, that innocent until proven guilty, right? Well, if it actually happened, then the court of law would take care of this. And the other thing that sexual abusers benefit from is that sexual assault is such a confusing experience, and it can take years, like as we've said, all the reasons why it's not reported, all the reasons why it's not acknowledged. And so not only is this something where it's like, okay, hard to get evidence, but it's been years. It's why a lot of victims have to file civil lawsuits, because the statute of limitations is passed. When New York passed that law 2 years ago, where they're like, even if even if the statute of limitations is passed on civil suits, we're going to give you a 1-year window. And that's when like E. Jean Carroll filed a suit against Donald Trump, and she won that suit. So that was a recourse for a lot of victims who, because of changes in our understanding around sexual violence, like understood that they had been abused, or that they were able to finally come out and share their stories. But fortunately, it was difficult. It was impossible to file any criminal charges. So the only option was civil. As someone who's been through physical abuse, it's not even easy to get a lawyer to take the cases. Most will hang up on you on the East Coast saying they don't handle criminal cases, criminal civil cases. Right. And, this is a case that involves, these are allegations that involve a famous man, which is why it's getting a lot of attention. Why, there are, why we are talking about this, because this is what happens. But also what happens is now, because of the backlash to the Me Too movement and to, progress for victims of sexual violence, is that this is seen as yet another witch hunt against a powerful man. And the thing is that we look to see what happens in the court of public opinion, what people are saying about this, what happens legally. Or just, even if legal means are not pursued, what kind of conversations are being had about this? Because it's not just famous men who are abusers. And most victims of sexual violence are not victims of famous men. So their stories will usually go unreported. There's not going to be a lot of attention on it because it doesn't involve famous people at its core. But anyway, I wanted to, that was a long piece. I'm going to go grab some water. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so let me look at he posted this. Just give me the fucking response, please. Neil Gaiman. I hate when you are trying to find it and it's just giving you the Okay, here it is. Yeah, so he wrote on his blog. Breaking the silence. Gross. Over the past many months, I've watched the stories circulating the internet about me with horror and dismay. I've stayed quiet until now, both out of respect for the people who were sharing their stories and out of a desire not to draw even more attention to a lot of misinformation. I've always tried to be a private person. Have you? And felt increasingly that social media was the wrong place to talk about important personal matters. Really? I've now reached the point where I feel that I should say something. Like, this man was on Tumblr. As I read through his latest collection of accounts, there are moments I half recognize and moments I don't. Descriptions of things that happened sitting beside things that emphatically did not happen. I'm far from a perfect person, but I have never engaged in non-consensual sexual activity with anyone, ever. I went back to read the messages that I exchanged with the women around and following the occasions that have subsequently been reported as being abusive. These messages read now as they did when I received them, of two people enjoying entirely consensual sexual relationships and wanting to see one another again. At the time I was in those relationships, they seemed positive and happy on both sides. And I also realized, looking through them years later, that I could have and should have done so much better. I was emotionally unavailable while being sexually available, self-focused, and not as thoughtful as I could or should have been. I was obviously careless with people's hearts and feelings, and that's something that I really deeply regret. It was selfish of me. I was caught up in my own story, and I ignored other people's. I've spent some months now taking a long, hard look at who I have been and how I have made people feel. Like most of us, I'm learning and I'm trying to do the work needed, and I know that's not an overnight process. I hope that with the help of good people, I'll continue to grow. I understand that not everyone will believe me or even care what I say, but I'll be doing the work anyway. So it's interesting because he's saying that he's going to do the work, that he's saying that he's learning, but he had to make sure to be like, everything was consensual. I never, ever, 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 ever crossed a line. You know whose apology read the exact same way was Kevin Spacey's. I mean, pretty much every apology now that, or not, statement, not apology, statement that a, famous man will put out will be like, I'm not perfect. I definitely fucked up. I hurt people, but I never abused anyone. It was always consensual. I just recognize now that, like, I'm emotionally unavailable. To repeat, okay, at the same time as I reflect on my past and as I re-review everything that actually happened, as opposed to what is being alleged, I don't accept there was any abuse. To repeat, I have never engaged in non-consensual sexual activity with anyone. Some of the horrible stories now being told simply never happened, while others have been so distorted from what actually took place that they bear no relationship to reality. I'm prepared to take responsibility for any missteps I made. I'm not willing to turn my back on the truth, and I can't accept being described as someone I am not, and I cannot and will not admit to doing things I didn't do. Yeah, this is the same guy who tweeted out, on a day like today, it's worth saying, I believe survivors. Men must not close our eyes and minds to what happens to women in this world. We must fight alongside them, for them to be believed, at the ballot box and with art, and by listening and change this world for the better. So, here's the thing, okay? Is it possible that Neil Gaiman, obviously I understand these are allegations, but is it possible that Neil Gaiman did not understand, didn't recognize that what he was doing was coercion? Sure. As I've said before, this is why it's complicated, because there are people who do monstrous things, but not with the intent of being monsters. So, okay, sure, maybe. What I would be inclined to believe is because of the types of women he targeted. There's a reason why it was those women. And because of the allegations regarding his doing this in front of his child. Yeah, the calculation, I mean, the sleeping with 20-year-old fans, choosing young women who you are in a power position over. And here's the other thing, okay? Here's the other thing. How many fucking times are we going to have this conversation? Neil Gaiman, he's a feminist. He's a feminist, purportedly. He knows all these things. He's this isn't like we haven't been here before when we've been talking about this. When we talk about the abuse of power, when we talk about famous men sleeping with 18-year-old fans and why that isn't. He knows. He knows. Why were there NDAs signed every time if he didn't know that, this might not be totally appropriate? He knew better because he shows he understands the evils of his actions and his stories. I mean, there are characters in Neil Gaiman's books that seem to show that he has this understanding of right and wrong. And it's tough because here we are again, where you have this guy who's like, I'm committed to learning. I'm listening. I want to be better, but also I did not abuse anybody. Also, everything I've been accused of is that's not correct. It's not true. So it's like, okay, so what are you learning then? What are you committed to? What is it? What actions are you taking to be better? I feel like you can only say that for so long as behavior became a destructive. Yeah, one thing that you really always need to look for in in this type of reporting is a pattern of behavior. A pattern of behavior, and how like often the abusers are going after victims who are extremely vulnerable, who they can prey upon. So this is Amanda Palmer. The response from apparently from Amanda Palmer, according to her representative. Amanda Palmer is profoundly disturbed by the sexual assault and abuse allegations against her estranged husband, Neil Gaiman, but she has no comment on them. As multiple women accused Gaiman of assault and abuse in New York's latest cover story, some even implied Palmer was aware of and enabled his behavior. Gaiman has denied the allegations. A representative for Palmer told an NME her primary concern is and must remain the well-being of her son, adding that she would not comment to guard his privacy. Two of his accusers comparing him to an anglerfish was surreal. Yeah, and that's another thing that really stuck out to me is like the similarities between these women's stories. The fact that before the podcast broke, they didn't know that there was anybody else. Okay? Keep that in mind. Like, so one thing that happens, is when someone comes forward, you'll see other victims come forward because they feel now that they can, right? They weren't going to be the ones to do it first, but they feel encouraged by seeing someone else share their story. But in this case, these women were not aware of each other's existence. And that's another reason why victims will stay quiet, because they think like, there's no one else. There's no one else. It's just me. I can't, it's not true. Or I can't say it. I think I can't be the one to say something. And how they didn't know about each other until the podcast came out. Yeah, so it is, it's okay. So I saw some of you who were like, man, I have a copy of, Sandman, blah, blah, blah. And this is where the question of like, how do I engage how do I engage with the work of someone who I've been a fan of when allegations like this come out? Because the reality is that it is something that will change your relationship going forward with that work. And if you go back and revisit it, it will be changed by what you now know, by this, by this information that you have learned of. And one thing I want to say is like, it's shitty, but we've been through this a lot of times, right? Whether it's J.K. Rowling being so fucking transphobic, or some, Neil Gaiman having disturbing allegations of sexual assault and abuse, where people who meant a lot to us in our childhoods, well, not them, but their works, it doesn't change that, okay? I will never forget as a child what Harry Potter meant to me, as I'm sure a lot of you feel, how it was for you having Neil Gaiman's books, what that meant for you and your relation and in your memories of that. And it's tricky. Like it is tricky where that can still exist, but also, it is something where like it can be impossible to revisit that work now, knowing what you know, or not wanting to further support the author, right? It's kind of like, okay, from this point forward, their future work is dead to me. It's only their past work that I had a relationship with. And, how has that changed? And it especially with like a Neil Gaiman, where he writes in his books of violence against women, of sexual assault, and like it's impossible after learning of these allegations to go, to revisit that work and not have that in the back of your mind, not have that like affecting your relationship with what it means. I was a fan of Neil because of some of his activism and his revisions on Sandman and some other comic stuff he did, but after reading about his stuff, I can't, in good faith, watch or read any of his work. I can't separate the art from the artist. And I think usually like separating the art from the artist, the tricky part is not like is not the works of the artists going forward, but it's their past works. It's what drew you to them to begin with. It's that deep love you have of their music, of their books, etc. And it's like, how do I hold space for the younger me, the person who was really shaped by these works, and knowing what I know now of this person, where I don't know if I can go back and not have it be tainted. Harry's a weird one for me because the world of Harry Potter was so grand growing up. I honestly never associated J.K. Rowling with the book. Right. I mean, that's the thing too, is that for a lot of authors, their work transcends them. Same like any artist, right? It's not about, like, it wasn't about the individual, it was about the art. And so I mean, it's a personal thing, it's an individual thing. I still love Harry Potter, but it's weird thinking about the opinions of the author who wrote it. And it's also like knowing things about JK, and then not even just knowing things about JK, but having gotten older and looking back on certain elements of the book and being like, oh yeah, that is kind of weird. I'll keep this short. I'm an essay survivor. When I saw the headline, I believe those women 100%. With that being said, I'm not throwing away my NG books because screw that. They aren't his books. They're mine. They've been made mine throughout years of reading and rereading. They've been made mine through how they have shaped me and brought me joy. I absolutely refuse to let a monster take more. This is from a Reddit post from a subreddit I found interesting. Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, this is an individual thing. I do believe there is a difference between, here's the line, okay? Here's the line of before the allegations and after the allegations. And continuing to support the artist like Chris Brown, right? You continue to buy tickets to his concert. Whatever it is, whatever it is that they create, and you are continuing to financially support them. That's a little bit, I think that is different from, I am not going to throw out my Neil Gaiman books. Fuck Neil Gaiman, and it's going to be, this might be something where I can never read these again, or it does change my relationship to these books, were I to revisit them. But what I'm holding on to is what those books had meant to me at the time in my life that they came to me and before I knew this about this guy. And it is hard too when someone is still alive. When someone is still alive, and when you see, like when Sandman season 2 is coming out, when he's continuing to create, when his career hasn't really taken that much of a hit. And so you're just like, and because it's just, how many times have we seen this where you've got a powerful man who has been pretty credibly accused, or hell, even even convicted, like Jonathan Majors, and they're still around. They're still here. Yeah, it's very hard. It's very hard. But to go back to everything everything else we had been talking about. I am just deeply exhausted. But shouldn't we wait until he's convicted? Okay, so what you're doing though is you are operating in a world that does not exist. You're operating in a world where the legal system equals justice, where something like sexual violence is not an incredibly difficult genre type of crime to prosecute. That the burden of, the burden of proof that is required, and how, sexual violence is something that often there is not concrete evidence. And so if you are somebody who's like, well, my determinations are made on what a court of law says. Well, when it comes to sexual assault, that is most of the time not going to be there. So anyway, as I was saying, I'm just very tired of over and over again, and feeling like we aren't progressing. We've felt not only stuck, but like we've gone backwards, where there is such anger over the Me Too movement, right? For a real moment, it felt like, man, we're changing these attitudes in society. We're finally having conversations, and we're having conversations about really important stuff. And then like with all like with all movements, like with all progress, there was backlash to it. And because of the very gray area nature of sexual assault, it's so it's and because too how so many of us are victims of sexual assault, like it is very hard to keep seeing this shit being played out online, right, in the court of public opinion, where you're like, my God, I just, how many more times do I have to see people being like, oh yeah, well then how come you did this? Oh yeah, well there's no guilty. Innocent until proven guilty. Whatever happened to that? Oh yeah, well, you know, she's trying to make a buck. How many times do we have to see, you know, these powerful men have false accusations leveled at them because these women are trying to, they're trying to make money. So many people would rather blame the victim than the offender. Yes, we still live in a culture that enables and protects abusers, and it is why abuse is endemic in our society. But I have to hope that I have to believe in progress, even if it's like one step forward, two steps back sometimes. And I have to believe that like more and more people are understanding understanding what we're discussing here. You know? And I think it is really important to stress what we were saying earlier, where it's like we're not trying to like burn everything down. I mean, if we have to get to that point, it's not a like trying to take out all men type of thing. It's a like we have to admit to being part of the problem in order to fix the problem. So for men who have been raised, have been socialized into a world where male pleasure is what is emphasized. Male pleasure is what matters. And, you know, for men, it's there's a lot of unsocializing that you have to do, and then, you know, education about consent, about power dynamics, about you know, just how we are taught about sex, and how we are you know, what we know and what we don't know around sexual violence. Like, this is all we have to dismantle. We have to dismantle the bad things that we have learned, how we have been raised, dismantle and put in place the progress that's required to, you know, to end this. I think a lot of bad faith actors use the case of Asia Argento, who's a big advocate of Me Too, sexually assaulted as a minor, as proof. I think what was the nail in the coffin was Amber Heard. That was a massive turning point. A massive, massive turning point. Unfortunately. We still live under patriarchy, and capitalism won't abolish it, so we need... Oh, yes, thank you for bringing up capitalism. It's always capitalism. That's another thing that stood out to me, is how capitalism and violence against women is inseparable, right? Where Scarlett Pavlovich was, was a person who was homeless, was struggling financially, was not receiving support that would have maybe helped her from being a victim of abuse, because she felt so beholden to her abuser that she needed a place to live, that she, even when they like barely fucking paid her, at least it was something. It creates vulnerable people and protects abusers. Classic capitalism. It's always classic. Always classic capitalism. Seriously, like at the scene of the crime is always capitalism. You take the mask off of the bad guy in Scooby-Doo and it's fucking capitalism. Yeah, let's see who you really are. Pulls mask off, Scooby-Doo style capitalism. Yes. As Daniel Sloss said, if 1 out of 10 men is a rapist, then the 9 other might as well not exist, because it's the 9 men's responsibility to course correct the 10th before the 10th feels comfortable doing it. Punching rapists is not going to help if we are not going to prevent it. Right. I mean, this is what we mean when we talk about the culture of rape, where not everybody is a rapist, but that we live in a culture that normalizes rape and also enables rapists, enables abusers. And so when you have, like, for example, the Dan Schneider at Nickelodeon. Dan Schneider was the guy who was doing the like physical and sexual abuse, but Nickelodeon was enabling him, right? This is what happens, is you have the victimizer and then the systems around them, the individuals around them who enable that abuse. Right? Because we still live in a world that protects abusers. Yeah. Okay. That was pretty heavy stuff. And I am going to end the stream, but I'm like, we need to end on something that's a little good. What is something that is positive? That is not going out with that real heavy story. Oh, we watched the Robbie Williams clip. People are gonna revolt. They're gonna be like, I'd rather we watched nothing. Actually, I have something. Wait. I have something. This is so funny. Hold on. Here's a TikTok send off. Thank you for covering this. Thank you for comments in chat. Thank you guys for being in that conversation. I know it's 12:30 on a Saturday. It is 12:30 on a Saturday. I just spent like an hour plus reading the entire Vulture reporting on Neil Gaiman, and there are 2,500 of you in here. So I do appreciate this community. For those of you who might be new, I swear it's not heavy shit all the time. I have been meaning to cover the Neil Gaiman story. Just so happened I waited until 10 o'clock p.m. on a Sunday night and took 2.5 hours, or on a Saturday night and took 2.5 hours. But anyway, I thank you for covering it. I've been waiting for you to cover it. There's a lot more that I have to say. There's more about it. There's this video we might watch another day. When Your Hero's a Monster, Neil Gaiman, The Perils of Author Worship. There's other stuff to get into, but I'm pretty tired, and I think we've I think we have sufficiently covered enough of the conversation tonight. So now, watch this TikTok.
Scar! Brother, help me!
Long live the king.
How does that work so perfectly? How? Man. What a TikTok. Cats are just jerks. Yeah, that was the positive note. On episode 9 of LMK, you had an amazing hoodie on. I can't find what it is. Could you tell me? Ooh. That's a really good question. I will have to figure that out. Come back and ask me another day. And maybe I will have the answer to that. All right, you guys. I am let's see who. Let's see who's a degenerate streaming. Oh, I think, you know what? I'm going to send you guys a LUD because I think they're doing a charity stream. I forget that, like, everybody is back on Twitch now. Everybody's back, baby. The back. Thank you for joining. Sorry that we didn't do more fun things tonight, but tomorrow we will. I'm not totally sure if I'm gonna cook just because my tech equipment's all kind of like crazy right now because I've been like packing stuff for Japan and figuring out what I need, but we will do film night regardless. Okay, so film night will definitely happen tomorrow night. And then if we don't do cooking, then I will probably game. I will probably play something. And then Monday, I'm going to stream because Sam and I are going to record the podcast at like midnight. It's insane. Monday, I will do a stream. And then Tuesday, I leave for Japan. That is fucking crazy. Okay, I'm not going to freak out. So I have tomorrow night and then Tuesday and then Monday. Okay? All right, T? And the next time I see you guys, I will be in Japan. Dink donk, free. Yes. Click that link if you want a Patreon subscription.